I mean, it's fine. This is a new thing, so this is just trial and error, so we'll see how this goes. All right. We are going live. I gotta make sure everything works. All right, guys. So we are welcome. Sorry, there's a delay on my computer. I have 3 different technology things going on at the moment. I am so sorry, podcast. Yeah, so we are now live on YouTube. And this is our first podcast using Twitter Spaces and everything. So we'll see how this goes.
Yeah, bear with us. We've never tried this before. And we are just going to see how it goes and hopefully shoot for the moon, right? So, okay. So just a kind of a fair warning for all of everybody who's listening and also those who are our guest speakers. Spaces is not 100%. It's definitely in its beta trial. So there is a chance that it might drop the call. Most of the time I have a heads up that it's dropping. And for example, I will not be able to hear everybody and everybody keeps talking. That's when I'm going to send Kenna a text message and let her know that it's getting ready to drop, and I will end the call and then I'm going to start it up again. So if for whatever reason it freezes and dies on us, they can't keep us down, you guys. We'll do it again.
Yep. And so today what we are going to be talking about on the podcast, as I tweeted out a little bit a couple days ago, is that we are going to be kind of bringing GameStop to Twitter because, I mean, like I am an OG AMC ape. I've had GameStop the same amount of time. But I really wanted to get the DD done for AMC, and so sadly, in the midst of AMC taking over social media, GameStop kind of got quiet, and so we need to start making some noise for GameStop. And so we really wanted to get the voices and the DD out for GameStop, and we've brought some of the best minds possible for GameStop to be bullish on. And so we're going to be doing this a little bit more often, and really just getting it out there, because I mean, there's not one better than the other. We're all in this together. Apes help apes, and that's what we're here for, right? So we will kick it off. We have Apes Together Strong guys, the brothers here. We have Zion, King Diamond, Brent, Gavin, Kokrat, Kelly. I mean, we've got them all here, guys. This is gonna be a phenomenal night. I am not putting a time limit so much until someone gets way too drunk. I think that's kind of how this Friday night's gonna go. God help me and our podcast. So I will let you guys take it away, whoever wants to go first, or if
So
Marissa has anything else left to say.
yeah, so what I was thinking to kind of kick us off, first of all, I just kind of, did you want to kind of go over again what we kind of talked about as far
yes.
as our
All right,
expectations?
Yeah, so all right, guys, for those that know me, I'm one of the staff at Bull House. Marissa and I both run this, and I have a few rules when I run Twitter Spaces. They're very simple. We're all adults. We need to act like adults, right? We have adult conversations. We all have opinions. Everyone's opinions need to be able to be heard. We can openly discuss how we differ in our opinions, but we're not going to bash each other's opinions, right? So I'm going to leave it off with this final rule. If you're not going to say it to someone's face because you're probably going to get punched, don't say it in here. Cool? If someone's going to punch you over what you're going to say to them, one of us will probably kick you off. And this isn't really for the speakers. The speakers are all pretty much on the same page, but we are going to open this up at the end for like a Q&A. So, you guys can come up here, hop up, and talk and whatnot or whatever. So that's just kind of, it's a general, broad, open rule I've always had. I like open discussion. I like people being able to speak freely and openly and how they feel or what they're thinking. We don't censor. We don't like that idea. So, people's feelings do get hurt, but that's just kind of part of being an adult. Yeah. So that is pretty much the general rules. We are going to do a rotating out when we do the Q&A. So if you guys are just hopping up here to do a question, then ask your question, we'll answer it, and then hop down so more people can get up and get down. Cool? Everyone agree?
Sounds good.
All right. So you guys can take it away.
Okay, so I was thinking quickly what could start us off as a question. So many of you guys, the speakers, have a unique perspective and view that they all bring. And I thought, why don't we go ahead and ask each of them why they are bullish on GameStop? And maybe we'll go ahead and kick it off with Gavin. Do you mind? You want to unmute your mic?
You had to unmute everybody.
I'm sorry.
Is it working now? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
All right, sweet.
I'm having PTSD from like teaching. Like, everybody shut up. No, why isn't anyone participating? Sorry about that.
Sweet. All right, we're good to
You
go.
have the stage.
All right, so why I'm bullish? I mean, you guys probably know me. I'm the Elliott Wave guy from Reddit. And to be honest, like, I pretty much trade for a living. And I guess basically, like, my job is to identify setups, like technical setups, market geometry within the markets that I see potential in, that I see value, that can essentially move in the direction I want to, make my living. And I see GameStop, and I've been in GameStop since, I want to say, like, end of November, and I'm really fortunate to have, like, found out about it that early. So but even from, like, let's just from an Elliott Waves perspective, I've never seen anything set up the way that GameStop has set itself up as. No other, like, quote unquote meme stocks. I know GameStop isn't a meme stock, but it gets like put into that category with the others. Just like from a technical perspective, I say the three within a three within a three, like the Elliott tsunami. Like, what I mean by that is so Elliott waves, it's a completely fractal trading strategy, which means that moves within of a smaller degree, they move together to form like one larger wave. And so the setup that I see with GameStop at least, and it's open to interpretation, like other analysts see different things, but I see the setup that is present to me is it's a 1-2-1-2-1-2, which means three of three of three. And it's kind of been annoying the past, few weeks, few months, just because it's just been sideways shit. And like we can try to, say when it's gonna end. And I took the approach of like the fibs weren't really giving me like a solid concrete bottom, and so what I did is I just said, fuck it, I'm gonna count the days, like how long did it take from the last cycle, in comparison to this cycle. And so from the March high down to the low that we hit, what was this, May 12th, May 11th, somewhere around that area. That was a 43-day time span before the cycle picked up again to form a wave one on the smaller degree, like within that, yeah. And so I kind of, again, like within this current cycle, from the high of our recent run, this was June 7th up to, oh, is this the 7th or June 8th, my bad, up until like 344, 345. We've been sideways or down for today, marked the 42nd day. Um, and so to me, that just says the cycle is about to uptick again, and we're about to see something similar. Assuming we don't get any sort of catalyst or anything, it'll be pretty much the same as you could say the June run or the March run. But that's assuming there's no bullshit that offsets the uptrend. Like the previous two times we've had, I wouldn't say bombshell news, but we the catalyst, we had our share offerings, which obviously that's a downward factor on the stock price. That selling more shares onto the open market is effectively diluting the stock price. Not that that doesn't happen on a day-to-day basis with shorts, um, but we've had that happen the past few times, and I don't know about you guys, but I don't really see that happening again. Like why they've issued what, 8.5 million new shares over the past 6 months to raise upwards of around $2 billion capital. Especially like at these, I mean, they wouldn't offer it again at these prices, is my opinion, but I don't see why there'd be any sort of factor to like cut off the momentum that's happened the past few times. And so it kind of fits into the whole interpretation of, oh, we're in a three within a three within a three. There's like there aren't necessarily any, twists that at least I'm expecting that would offset the momentum that's happened before. Um, and like I could talk into like how I think it's going to go trajectory wise. Maybe I can circle back to that later, but it's just like it's the perfect storm. And then you look at everything that's going on with the broad market, like the S&P 500. Again, from a wave perspective, like I don't see too much upside left. And other Ellioticians disagree. Some people are a lot more bullish. But I mean, regardless, the consensus that I've seen from all the different analysts that I talked to in regards to, the S&P 500 is there is bound to be some sort of like sharp correction relatively soon. And historically speaking, September is the worst time period for the S&P 500. And so, it's tying it all together. It's just like, it's all coming together. Yeah, I'll pass it on to the next person.
Thanks so much, Gavin. Appreciate it. We'll come back for questions at the end, but I think I'll have maybe Kokrat Kramer. Why don't you take over?
I see Charlie. I don't know. I think we all want to hear Charlie.
I'm seeing some requests for Charlie on YouTube. Charlie's new DD is great, is what Remedy just said.
Yeah, let's let Charlie speak first.
Yeah,
Okay, sounds good.
I want
Charlie.
to hear Charlie.
About why I'm bullish on GameStop.
Yes,
Yeah,
sir.
bro. Yes.
How long is this supposed to go on? Because this could take hours.
You can
We
take
got
your
all
time.
night.
We wanted you specifically. We will go after you. It's not a problem.
Well, let's just say, it starts in the very beginning. When was GameStop written? When was it underwritten? It was back in 2002, right? Right after a very important historical event. It was very unfortunate. And I think it all begins there because the handlers of GameStop originally were tied to the 1988 bond scandal that really never was resolved. And, a lot of things happened between that time. But for me, like the easiest way to summarize why I'm bullish on GameStop is really because it's just not this year. The grand scheme of things is so large. This year in and of itself is, you know, crazy, but look at 2019 is a whole year's worth of a bull run, basically. So there's a lot of people in this that have been in it for a long time that are quiet. And on top of that, you look at the chart, you look at everything that's happening in the market, you look at the rules that are coming out, the changes. And then on top of that, you have the fundamentals. You have Ryan Cohen came in, he wrote a letter to the board before he was even employed there, telling them the changes that need to happen. And then for him to come in and actually come to fruition, all those changes that he was talking about is just amazing. It's going to be a really, really amazing turnaround story in the infancy stages. And it just so happens to be the MOAS as well. But without the MOAS, that's the thing. It's still an undervalued stock, in my opinion. Its future potential is, outstanding. And technicals aside, I think regardless, this isn't the lowest we're going to see GameStop at all, as far as in recent time. I think we have a lot more room to grow.
I wanted to ask you, Charles, maybe you can tell us a bit about the new rules, because I see you following them really closely. Maybe some about them.
Are you talking about the filings coming out?
Yeah, I see you go through a lot of filings lately.
Yes. So the filings are like the tectonic plates of the overall decision making that's going on. The reason why we've seen these, what Gavin was speaking of with the technical, anomalies, these are going on because of the underlying rules and the underlying structure in the market. They're doing things that are getting them out of situations that they would normally put themselves into. Because again, I think the scale of everything is so massive. If they could have covered, they would have already. The problem is it's been going on since as far as shorting, from what I can tell, 2005 is when GameStop first showed up on the FTDs. We're talking like 1 million in one day. But the filings themselves, the reason why they don't have any effect on the market is because they're self-regulatory organizations putting these rules out. So they make the rules. The SEC either approves or disapproves the rule. If they see something they don't like, they file an amendment. And then, the amendment makes changes that are supposed to, make a better market, a fairer market. So basically what we've seen coming out this whole time, we first saw in January, we ran up, and then what happened? They took the buy button away. A lot of people got pissed off. They expected everyone to get scared out of their position. They expected the February rundown just to be a complete slaughter. All the apes are at that point, I don't know if we were apes at that point, but we were accumulating and growing and learning, turning on share lending, which is a big thing. And, they bet on us all selling out. And then what happened in early March? Well, that bet didn't really work out for them because what do we see? February 24th, both AMC and GameStop both ran. I know this is a GameStop talk, but AMC was in that included as well. And then what happened to kill the run? We had March 10th flash crash. And then what's happened since then? Basically trading sideways, except for that anomaly in May that I think still should be investigated a little bit more. But that's beside the point. The filings, they're chipping away at what these people are able to do. We've seen it. That's why lately they've only been able to do a certain few things. Like the option put mirroring is like their number one player right now. That's why you're seeing all these puts show up in all these ETFs. So as far as the market as a whole, it's like they're basically squeezing them out of these crevices of the market by it's basically like a risk exposure discovery phase. Like they're trying to find what the real exposure to risk is, and it's just a very, very slow process. But what we've seen come out this year so far, it's incredible as far as changes that have been made. But if anyone wants to see changes as far as filings come to fruition, it's just going to take time. Because most of us haven't even been in this. I'd say that the majority of people have been holding since March, February, maybe. So it's just going to take time.
I think most people are holding since February.
I was
Something
gonna say maybe
like that.
January.
After 24 February, when the first run happened, I think most of the people got in. Even people that got out got back in.
Yeah, right. And that's my thoughts too. It's like most of the accumulation occurred. The people that held from the Jan run, they accumulated in February and bought the dip and whatnot. But then we got a lot of new people that kind of came in February, and that's where we saw the OBV spike and everything, and it hasn't really gone down since.
Because
But yeah, I mean, the
I
filing's
think
gonna take
because
time.
ever
It's
since
you gotta
all the
understand that
people are
these.
holding.
Yeah, exactly. And that's why you see, like, you've seen it. So since the February run up, what's happened? The market's been decaying from a liquidity standpoint. Everything's kind of on pause. They're winding down. They're absorbing all the risk. They're getting all the risk out of the market. They're consolidating at one spot. I guess moving a lot of it to Brazil. So they have unlimited options, really, and it's a global operation. So it's going to take a lot of time. And we just saw today actually, it was approved where the SEC now has authority to go outside the U.S. to the U.K. and now they can go to Ireland. So they're expanding their abilities to enforce the market outside of the U.S. finally, and that was as of 2 days ago. So it's going to take a little bit of time to see the actual changes come to fruition because again, we have Title 12 banking changes coming up soon in October. It's going to be a huge change. We just had this new filing today from NMS come out. It's looking like it's going to be pretty impactful as far as equity data surveillance. Then we have the CAT system coming out. Just a lot of things working right now. A lot of things.
All right, guys. So we might be getting ready to have a crash. Marissa thinks she might be having it happen. So if that does happen, she'll restart one up. We'll send the link back out. We'll hop back and continue this, but we can keep talking just as we are right now until we see her drop off.
Yeah, no, I think it just that it couldn't fetch space, which always kind of indicates to me. So just be careful. I am texting Kenna at the same time so she can let everybody know that might happen. But thank you so much, Charlie. We appreciate it.
Of course.
So
Big love, Charlie.
Well, wait. Do anyone up here have questions for Charlie over it? Because I mean, like that was a whole bunch of stuff to kind of take in.
I wanted
Yeah,
to
for
ask him
sure.
if he a little thing, Charlie. You seen the 24 February the run up that we had from 40 to 160. We had it to 200
Correct.
back to 160. All happened in 10 minutes, I think.
Yeah, exactly.
Are you aware that Nasdaq and New York City Exchange and in India main exchange and the Fed system all went out on the same date, on the same time that game went up?
Really, I was not aware of that. You're saying the Fed system went out?
All the system, the Fed systems, New York City systems, the New York City Exchange
No,
went
I
down,
did not know
Oh
that.
yeah.
Nasdaq went
It
down.
was called like a Fed wire. Like if you look into that, like all the systems went down.
No
And,
way.
like
I
they
was
all
not
went
aware
down
of
at like
that.
2:30, and that's right around when GameStop started to run.
No way.
I'll
Well,
DM
well,
you
that
the
explains even more
materials.
then.
It's something crazy.
That just goes to
I don't
show. I
know how
mean,
to explain it still.
that's crazy. I mean, they really were not expecting what we did, and I don't think. I mean, I think that took them by surprise. That's why we've seen nothing but just pure blatant fuckery going on in the market. Excuse my language, but I don't know what other word to use to describe it.
I never seen in my
It's
life
everywhere.
You
so
can
many
say fuck as much
billionaires.
as you want.
Sorry, I'm a little bit drunk right now. I remember I never seen so many billionaires, not a million, billionaires going up on TV on every single channel, and everyone is complaining about that
Yeah,
it's not fair from their part that we the retailers are
exactly.
crazy.
No, yeah, exactly. And I mean,
I think that a lot of
they know they're
billionaires.
screwed.
I think like Bill Wang had a $800 million short on GameStop. I think we have a lot of rich people are still stuck in their short positions.
I completely agree. And it's funny because I mean, there's literally no way out, and it's just getting harder and harder to get out.
You divorce
But
your
yeah,
wife.
what
That's
happened in
how you get out.
February? That blindsided them. It had
How
to.
could they close all the positions, everything? They dropped the ratio from 140% in February to I think it was 20%, something like that. Charlie, you remember?
The flash crash on March 10th.
No. I'm talking after 28th of January when they crashed it. Yeah, after that,
Oh yeah, when they took the buy button away and
yeah.
there's no buy pressure. Yeah.
What was the short interest then? 20, something like that.
I don't remember exactly, but it was a lot
Devastated.
lower than it was
Yeah.
previously.
How could they get out from loans on loans on loans? Someone loaned the stock, and that guy that got the stock loaned it to someone else. Real loans, reapplication. How could they close all the stocks? I don't understand.
So that's the thing. They didn't close and they hit them. There's a difference. You can take your
That's what I think. That's what
your
I'm
shorts.
saying all the time. They couldn't close them. It's not possible
No, absolutely not.
mathematically.
if they could have closed them, they would have. They wouldn't have put all these married puts and options and everything in these option chains, and they wouldn't be stuffing these ETFs full of all kinds of shares. You know what I mean? So they know they're screwed. They're betting on us dividing ourselves and conquering ourselves and being impatient. But as long as you hold on to the shares, they can't create new shares out of thin air. The books are the books. So that's the deal. It's just a waiting game.
Now,
And they're hurting.
what do you
You
think
can tell.
about the Saints? I'm still thinking that on the run up between 25, not them themselves, Citadel's computers, the HFTs sold us millions and millions of shares over the float. It just produced them
Yeah,
more and
that's
more
the
and
thing,
more.
and that's only data you can get your hands on. I mean, what about the data you don't see? So it's only as big as we can see it. There's definitely more data out there we don't have access to. So it's a ginormous problem for them. For us, it's really the perfect play. You just sit here and you hold and you wait, and then one day you're, as the world's changing around you, you see why. There's definitely some changes going on.
Yeah, and also like part of the reason why like the short interest like supposedly went down after January was I mean like S3 like one S3 Partners, one of the main reporters for short interest, they changed how they calculated the short interest. I
Yeah, there you
forget the
go.
parameters of like how they changed it, but they made
Exactly.
it completely like it like slaughtered like the original number, and obviously the number like didn't change,
It's
but
such a unicorn metric. It's you can't accurately measure short interest because it's up to the person shorting it to actually report it accurately. Otherwise, why would they? So that's what these Title 12 changes are going to bring to the table.
But I
And
think
this
again,
CAT system is
if
going to
they
be the
move the
surveillance.
shorts over the country outside of the USA, like in Brazil and what Bill Wang hided them in Swiss, so you can find everything. It's still there can be much more stocks that are laundered to other hedge funds in other countries.
Oh yeah, it's such a big maze of to follow the money
Exactly.
in this aspect. It's impossible without the data source to find it all. I mean, you can get breadcrumbs, but there's no telling. And then 13F in general are a problem because you get what a 13F reported every once a quarter. What happens between those two reporting periods could be anything. So it's really just a worthless
Yeah,
metric to use.
they can move the assets a lot of time during this time of the
Yeah,
13F.
So Charlie, could
yeah,
I
they
ask
could buy
you?
130 million puts and then write them off as long and then go down the road and then 2 days later they can sell them all or buy 5 million more. You wouldn't ever know.
Charlie, could I ask you, in your opinion, after we get the shareholders meeting and after any time we get any sort of fundamental catalyst, I mean, everybody thinks it's strange, but I mean, it's almost getting to the point where, unless they're writing some sort of algorithms that are responding to retail behavior, um, how do they keep driving this down when, I mean, any real
So
catalyst or good news does come out? It's clockwork at this
so
point.
it's exactly, and what they're doing is they're using arbitrage, and what that means is they're buying and selling at the same time. So you can buy, let's say you can buy something in the bond market and sell something in the equities market at the same time through arbitrage. That's why you see these gaps in the candles on GameStop because it's most likely high frequency trading. Just sitting there trading back and forth with each other all day, and then all volume that comes in just gets rerouted through the dark pools. And then any legit volume that goes in, you see it like the candle goes up and then it stops, right? And then it waits there for like 2 minutes while they're sitting there, basically trading ahead of customer orders until they can find the shares to, give that sell pressure to bring it back down. And you notice that this wasn't the case 3 months ago. The chart does not look like it did 3 months ago for GameStop as far as intraday. It's completely different.
And do you
There's no
feel that
liquidity
that's
at
a
all.
result of the Russell and the different ETFs and the rebalancing from
Yep.
what's happening? I
Or is
mean,
it because of the new rules?
I think it's a combination of the index rebalancing. I think is a big factor.
Oh, the
We
S&P
actually
400.
had Dave Lauer on the podcast this week, and he was talking about the same thing about the rebalancing and how that's playing out and everything. So yeah, I mean,
Yeah, like what we saw the other day, like that volume that got added on, like all of a sudden at the end of the day, that was arbitrage and nav pushing through the ETFs that was going on. It was just the rebalancing through the index.
yeah,
I mean, it was crazy to watch. Like when everything just shot down. Like GameStop shot down. I think it was like 3 or 4% in like 30 seconds, and then the underlying ETF IJR like was shooting up at the same
hmm
time. So
yeah, and that's it
I was sitting there
because
watching
we
it.
saw
The
the exact same
IGR is
thing.
a very it's a very special leverage point they use to short.
Yeah,
As I
we
get
actually
it.
Well, yeah, you got to think like
we saw the same
which
thing.
areas of the
Yeah,
market
we say
are they not improved upon? Dark pools, one, ETFs, two. Those are two big areas of the market that are being manipulated that aren't even being really addressed at this point. Now, the first thing that I know of that's going to come out that addresses dark pools is the CAT surveillance system, but you know how that goes. They keep delaying it. As far as I know, September is still the outlook for that to be implemented. But the OATS system, it gets retired on August 31st. So
Gary,
if the OATS is retired,
please
it,
tell us a little bit about the CAT system. Simply.
So basically, in a nutshell, what it is, it's a surveillance system that is going to track the life of an order from from beginning to end. Where that order goes, it's going to be able to tell which venue it went to, what system, what feed. The difference between this and the OATS system is that broker dealers will be under surveillance now. That's the main difference. The OATS system didn't account for broker dealer transactions between each other, which is where all of this, shit's going on through securities lending and you name it. So that is really what I'm looking forward to get past. Is just, will they keep delaying it? It's been, in the works for 2 years now, I think. So
Okay, you guys.
basically anything really important has been delayed and delayed and delayed because they
I
write the
don't
rules
think people
themselves.
here understand how exciting it is, the CAT system. It's something
Oh, I mean,
it will break the hedge funds many tricks that they can employ right now.
yeah, and usually when something like this is proposed, like it takes so long, and by the time it gets approved, like so many amendments have been made to it, it makes it kind of like 005 without any teeth. You know what I mean? So hopefully we don't see that happen. But as far as I know, the language in it so far, it's going to make it hard to do these activities they're doing with this system in place. But my question is, if they're going to delay it, and let's say there's no CAT system in September, it gets delayed, but they go ahead and retire the old system at the end of October, what the hell is going to be there? Do you know what I mean?
What the hell is going to be
So
there?
that's my concern.
okay.
Yeah, like what system going to be in place? So,
So
anyways, I'll let someone else go. I've been taking a lot of the time here.
I'm
So
gonna
You
give you a
think
break, Charlie, because hold on, Zion. So I know Charlie's gonna probably have 1,000 questions at the end, so I'm gonna save his voice for just a moment. I fear for you.
Okay,
I fear
okay.
for you. But yeah, Kramer, I would love for you to be able to go next because I know it's super late for you right now.
I mean, it's definitely not 1:45 in the morning for me at all.
Oh
No,
no.
I thought the Q&A session we were going to save that for later, but apparently no, we moved that forward. But no, well, see, I just make memes. All right, I'm just here to make people laugh throughout through the time that we wait until this is all over. I'm just here to make people laugh. The reasons why I'm bullish on GameStop, I literally have been sat here for about 40 minutes while you guys have talked, and I can't. I thought I'd come up with a list, but I don't. I bought GameStop back in 2nd of October 2020, and I've held through it all. I've held through it all, the highs, the lows, all every single bit of food you can ever
Coke,
imagine.
is that actually from Louisiana?
Huh?
Oh, never mind.
No, I've held through it all, and the one reason why I'm still bullish in the price is wrong. I'm a sort of sit back kind of guy, let everyone else do the work for me, and then just make my own assumptions off that. You can kind of call it lazy, I guess. I don't know. But when you notice, this 140 odd percent shorted back in January, It doesn't take a rocket scientist to know that when they were saying that they'd covered, it doesn't take a rocket scientist to know they hadn't. They just hadn't. It's impossible for them to have done it through the numbers that were given to us. So that's one of the reasons why I hold. I think this one of the second reasons is the transformation that Ryan Cohen is going to shift us in alone, irrespective of any short interest. I think Ryan Cohen does truly, genuinely have a good understanding of e-commerce. I mean, and you look at what he did with Chewy, what he turned that into. He's noticed something with GameStop. He's noticed he wouldn't have taken the challenge on. I'll call it a challenge because I'll just say it is. He's noticed something, and he's going to implement it. You know, he's very quiet with his strategies. You know, he might cryptic tweet here and there. We might spend a weekend discussing why he's just done a reface app of him walking down a water walkway. I don't know, but I think he has a master plan that not even we know yet. That
He
will
has a
turn
master
GameStop
plan.
around.
I can tell you for 140%. He has a master
That
plan.
is exactly right.
He does. And the problem is we can do, the problem lies with us, right? We can do all the research we want. We can look through filings. We can deep dive into Brazil. We can do absolutely everything. We can put it on Reddit. The problem lies with the fact that these hedge funds see what we're doing, you know, and we've seen it time and time again, with, you know, the exponential floor or the FTD cycle or whatever. They notice that we can see that, and they fuck it. And they fuck it in hopes to demoralize us, because then they think, oh, fucking hell, if we can just if we can space that out another week, they'll think that their whole plan was wrong, and then it'll get in their heads, and they'll just do that at whatever expense, because at the end of the day, these guys have got billions, like billions, and they can just do whatever they want. So I think that's where the problem
They
lies.
have billions right now.
And until it gets enforced, now filings here, filings there, you need to enforce them. Until they get properly enforced, I think, I don't know how long this can go on for. That's where the problem lies. But that doesn't change my bullish standings on GameStop. I've been 100% in on GameStop since October last year. I could have cashed out, but I didn't, because I knew there was more on the table. There's way more on the table. Why quit now after 7 months? I could happily cash out now, but I'm not. But I just know. So, I mean, I'm a simple guy. I just know there's more here. Yeah, I'll pass
Do you
it
know
on.
when the last FTD cycle was that came to chance?
Do I know?
Does anyone know?
We didn't hear Charlie.
Like date
Say it again.
wise. I mean, like, just look. I mean, I have the chart put up now. It looks like the last cycle started to move on May 11th.
That was the month AMC ran and everything. Was it like between March 10th and that day there was not shit, right?
I can give my take on what
let's
happened
see.
exactly after Ryan was elected as chairman, with the price and why it went down, why it started went sideways like that. First thing, and if we got some AMCers, bro, I don't want to hurt anyone's feeling. I'm not gonna talk.
So
I'm not gonna.
My theory is,
shoot, bro.
If I may, real quick, my theory is that in February, when we took everyone by surprise and we held and you know the February run happened and March happened, that was unexpected to them. So what happened on March 10th? We saw the flash crash shit. We saw some desperation on the charts and in the price action. And then from that day, you know, everything decayed. The only run we had since then was the AMC run. And there's a lot of speculation, but that was very well could have been a
distraction. When
yes.
if anyone just looked at the charts together, and I'm following both of the charts, I got one screen just for AMC in game. I'm all in game. But since they're following each other so much closely, I'm still waiting to see when they break correlation. And what I see right now,
that's due to ETS.
All right.
you
Hey
think
guys,
you
I do need to make an announcement because I'm getting a bunch of messages. So everybody in the Twitter space right this minute, if you are requesting to speak, we will get you up here at the end, so that we can kind of roll through everybody that we've lined up to speak today. So I will get you guys up here. And if you do
Yeah,
have
don't think that we're
messages,
ignoring you.
yeah, we're not
We're
ignoring
not.
you
Kina,
guys.
Kina, you wanna do like timing maybe? Like open a clock, 5 minutes per person, and then remind us when someone is got a minute left, something like that. Maybe.
Well, I was gonna see if King Diamond wanted to go next.
Oh,
Go on to his
sure.
bullish, because I
I
know
wanna
everyone
hear
will
King.
enjoy his.
Yeah,
Yep.
let the king speak.
All hail the King.
Hi, everybody. For those of you that don't know me, I'm King Diamond Hands. I take that name humbly as a metalhead. Roaring Kitty is, as far as I'm concerned, the real King Diamond Hands. A long time ago on Reddit, I actually tried to get that username, and I started out on Reddit as one of those random names that Reddit assigned me because I really didn't know shit about Reddit. I didn't get into Reddit until January. So I got on there and I had actually held GameStop March of 2020. And I was playing penny stocks at that time. And I owned some GME shares under $4. And at this point, I can humbly say that I was a paper-handed bitch. I sold them because I had no idea what was coming with the pandemic, and I had to be real. I've got a daughter. I've got a family that I'm providing for, so I had to sell. But one thing that's never changed for me, and this is sort of where my expertise on GameStop lies, is that I've not only been a customer of GameStop for 20 years, going back to when it was Funko Land, when they sold just NES games used and Super Nintendo games used, and I could get a Neverwinter Nights strategy guide just thrown out the back door by one of my friends as we were getting out, like, ready to party that night. So I got to know the company through just people that worked there, and then I shop there. I buy there a lot, sort of like you heard Roaring Kitty talk about a lot, Keith Gill. The things that he was so bullish on and he talked about is just, first and foremost, he's a customer of GameStop. That's what he is. That's all I am. That's what makes this business go. And where I saw this business, um, about 5 years ago during sort of the mid to late console cycle for the PlayStation 4 and uh, the Xbox, was just that the company was starting to get trashed. They were um, getting trashed on social media for their pre-owned trade-in deals. A lot of customers felt shafted for the prices that they were paying, and then you had competition that was just undercutting them left and right. I was a member of Best Buy Reward Zone, their gamers club unlocked, and there were glitches galore where you could get brand new games the same day for 30%, 40% off. Why go to GameStop? They charge full price. They don't listen to you. You walk in and it's like, well, pay what we tell you to, or just fuck off. Well, I knew a girl. Um, I'll just tell you straight up. I had a crush on a manager there. Um, and I kept coming back. I first met her when it was EB Games, and then the crush just sort of turned into a friendship. And we had lunch one day, and I found out a little bit more about the inside of the company and how it works, how it works from a district level, how it works from a corporate level. Um, and I wanted to work there, but I couldn't take the pay cut. I mean, my profession is sales. That's what I do. I've worked for top Fortune 500 companies. I'm, you know, pretty into what I do, but more or less what I specialize in is all of the actual DD on GameStop, its stores, its operations, and where it's headed and where it's been. And if I was to make an elevator speech or a bull thesis to anybody on this call that had doubts about GameStop, what I would tell you is this. Since I hopped on Twitter, GameStop now interacts with all of the shareholders. Not only do they interact with shareholders, they interact with customers. They want us to represent them, but they want us to do it in a way that is promoting the future of the company. And the way that this company and ship is going to actually work is through sales. We are boosting their sales. We are boosting their presence. They now have Facebook moms groups promoting GameStop for Christmas. I'm hearing all sorts of different people speaking up about GameStop, where it used to be, this is Walmart's domain, this is Target's domain, this is Best Buy's domain, and GameStop was just sort of, we go to the strip mall, we might buy a game, we might not, you buy it for the kid, you buy Madden or you buy Call of Duty, which for anybody that doesn't know, that's the busiest time of the year. Madden comes out in August, Call of Duty comes out usually in October. Those are the strongest sales points for GameStop. Their biggest earnings usually get posted after that. And when I would lay out, the actual bull thesis on this, if you talk about the C-suite for GameStop, none of these guys and girls are getting paid unless they win. It's right in their contract. It's right in their filing. Nobody's getting paid. So Ryan Cohen put his own head on the plate and said, all right, you know what? I believe in this company. I see the same thing that Roaring Kitty and Michael Burry have seen. And if you're talking about a guy like Michael Burry that saw a market crash, or Roaring Kitty who has not only, YOLO doubled down, he was fighting everybody. And if you go back, to OG Wall Street Bets posts in there, you will see some of the nastiest shit flung at that guy. And he humbly took it all. He swallowed it. He spit it back out, and he turned it into fucking rainbows. And if you were to go through back this whole saga from starting in Wall Street Bets, or to some of the people that just play the markets that don't even bother with Reddit, social media, whatnot, you think of where this has evolved. You've got Wall Street Bets to a GME dedicated sub, which split, blew up, transformed into another one, goes from Super Stonk, goes to a whole bunch of other different places. But here's the thing about Twitter. Nobody's going anywhere here. I see a lot of people fighting back and forth, but the common bond among people that hold GME shares is that nobody's selling. Nobody has ever sold. Nobody. We are all holding because we know we hold the most valuable commodity on this planet right now. And nobody can prove you wrong. If you want to put out a tweet and you have 10 followers and you say, prove the MOAS theory wrong, dare anybody to do it. They can't. So the due diligence has been done. And if somebody laid out a guaranteed Powerball ticket on the table to you and said, you've got one chance to change your life, and you're a retail investor who's been screwed by the system left and right your entire life, and you've got this guy, Ryan Cohen, that turned a pet store business into an Amazon of a pet space, who is actually giving a local presence and is laying out some of the best distribution models in the country. I order from Chewy, I get it next day, sometimes same day. GameStop now holds warehouses in 4 corners of the United States, the continental United States. They're also rebranding GameStop in Canada. They've done that, so it's no longer EB Games. And this transformation, I have a feeling, is going worldwide. And then you've got the NFT, which non-fungible token. I will let people that like Zion that are more qualified to speak about crypto.
Brent got some good data.
I was gonna say that feeds right into Brent. So I mean,
and Brent has some great data.
Great data, great.
But I think to just close out what I want to initially tell everybody here, I have 2 things that I would like to say to all of you. Actually 3. Congratulations for holding. You've got balls. You have balls. Whether you have balls or you don't have balls, you now have diamond fucking balls, okay?
I just couldn't find my sell button.
I can't either. We're too dumb to sell, and that's
so.
Yeah, dude.
I actually have a really funny. I have a funny thing to say with that. My mother bought into GameStop, and like the next day, like whatever broker she had it on that day, she literally couldn't find it. Like there was like I had to go and refresh everything. Like there was no sell button. I was like, well, sorry, you're
I
in
want to
it.
go to that broker.
My 70 years old uncle bought into GameStop, and I didn't even know about it. He's holding like 5 months, and he told me about it like a month and
That's
a half
awesome,
ago.
man. I still can't
It's
convince my
crazy.
dad to buy it.
I didn't know that. I asked him, "What did you buy?" He said, "I don't know. I see everyone is buying it. Everyone is talking about it in the news in Israel. There's a lot of talks about GameStop."
Monkey see, monkey do.
Can I just add something on to King's
Sorry.
Can I just add something on to King's speech? That is a very good speech. Very, very
yeah, that was beautiful.
Very, very beautiful. I couldn't have said that any better.
Hopefully someone recorded that.
I'm not done, so if you've got 1 more minute, I'll go. But I want to hear you talk, Coke So go ahead.
Okay, sorry. If I'm in your way, just tell me to mute.
No, you're not. Just bowl me over.
Some of the points that you'd mentioned, I'd sort of not said myself. But while it's fresh in my head, I do want to get it off my head because I'm a Coke rat. I'm probably gonna forget within the next 5 minutes. You'd mentioned the customer service, right? Chewy. I'm pretty sure I've not done too much reading into Chewy, but I'm pretty sure that they've got some of the best customer service going. So when you've got Ryan Cohen taking over GameStop, you know that the customer service shift from what it was to what it could be with what Chewy was. Do you know what I mean? He's going to try and make GameStop as good as Chewy. That's one positive shift. Not only that, aside from the MILF Facebook group you mentioned that I'm kind of sad I'm not a part of, the fact that no one's, everyone knows about GameStop. In some way, it's weird. Everyone sort of knows about the whole thing that went on in February. It's had to do nothing, have they? Really? I think that in itself will bring a lot of business to GameStop. You mentioned it. I've seen it. You order with GameStop, and it's there the
Instantly.
same day.
Instantly.
The same day, within hours.
Crazy.
You don't get that with Amazon.
No,
okay?
dude,
They're doing
Amazon.
something big. That's big. That's better than Amazon.
And the quality control is much, much, much better.
There's one thing that I've wanted to say, right? They can do whatever they want to the stock price, right? They can do whatever they want. They can short it. There's just one thing they can't touch, and is our biggest weapon, I think, is that you buy with GameStop. You buy. They can't short your sales. If you buy with
inflate
GameStop,
the underlying fundamentals.
You're just going to make GameStop do better. There's only so long.
I just left
they
GameStop.
can handle.
Do an EPS squeeze.
We all of us.
Sorry. there's only so long that they can keep them short positions open before they realize that, hold on, GameStop's starting to turn profits and more
Oh
profits
shit.
and more profits. You know, it
Let's
happened
short
with
it.
Tesla. It happened with Tesla. There
It's
was
like,
a
oh,
point where
GameStop
they
had good
broke.
earnings. Let's short it.
There's a point where it broke. You know, they shifted their standings. They realized that Tesla was no longer worthy of the short position. Fuck it, let's just go and bull.
Oh, yeah, we're not allowed.
I can't shop with GameStop. I'm UK. You all need to buy. Just buy through GameStop, no matter what. Even if just random things that come into your head. Just see if GameStop has it. If they do, buy it. Make GameStop, give them your money.
Give them your money.
And that's sort of the
For
DD
sure.
that I've been covering since day one, Kokrat, is just the posts that I've been doing, not only on Twitter, but on Reddit. I've been looking at the product every day, and Monkey Business Trey, who just joined, kind of does the same ritual that I do.
Oh my God, I can't believe it.
So Trey and I kind of wake up, drink our
Love
coffee,
Trey.
and we used to read Rensol's newspaper while we took a shit, but now since we can't do that, we go straight to GameStop.com and we start looking through the changes that are going on. And when you look at GameStop's website, there are so many little nuances that have changed in the past week, in the past month, in the past 6 months. They are trying, and this is what you have to realize first and foremost. And I wanted to make two very solid points here. Ryan Cohen comes from an e-commerce background, and while GameStop may be fundamentally known as a retail store, that's not why they just bought 700,000 square foot leases.
Exactly.
That is not why at all. They are housing product from all across. A lot of you probably don't know. They have telescopes now. They have scooters. They have
I
full
just ordered one.
desktop.
I genuinely think he's seen some
They're
sort of
becoming mini
weakness
Amazon.
within Amazon. I genuinely think
That's it, and that's what I was about to say. Is
I
like
think
we
he's
can't
seen
bet
a
on
weakness
companies
in
anymore.
Amazon. And
Yeah, these hedge funds, like they get to pick their Teslas and their the stocks they want to be the next big stocks. As retail investors, we can't do that. We can't identify someone like Ryan Cohen going and doing all these things. What he's done is just it's really it's
remarkable.
It's nothing more than spectacular. I mean,
and nobody
but
here even
and the saddest
mentioned.
part is there's no exposure from the media on this shit. None of it. It's
Someone,
pathetic.
nobody.
Wonder why.
solidifies the
King,
meanings that we're
King,
right.
you could have mentioned about the warehouse themselves. With Chewy, when he was with Chewy, he rented warehouses from Amazon. He uses Amazon services. Now that he's with GameStop, he rented completely on his own 2 warehouses just for
and
the
he brought
company.
Amazon employees into the company. I mean,
Well,
back
not
to
only
the
Amazon
media point
companies.
before we move on. The media, the fact that GameStop, I think I tweeted out about it about a week or so ago. It's become a Voldemort stock. No, it's the stock that
exactly.
cannot be named. No one seems to want to talk about it within
They're
the
terrified
media
of it. Terrified.
because and it just solidifies in my head that we are right. We are right because no
we
one
can't be
wants
right.
to talk about
If we're right, then they're wrong, and if they're wrong, they're fucked.
And they're
That's the
listening.
problem. That's why they can't admit it.
Doubt that they're not on this space call right now, and here's what I want to tell them.
Kenny's here.
I want to tell all of you too. Everybody in this place is an investor now, okay? You may have started out as dumb money.
Individual.
You may still be dumb money. You are
we don't have all the data. That's the reason that we're dumb.
Correct.
Well, yeah, let's give a bunch of retards a year to find everything out.
Well, not only that, expose the fuckery of the entire system. But where I'm going with this, listen, you're all retail investors, okay? And investing takes time. This is one of the problems that I see on the other side. And I'm not calling out AMC. I'm not being dirty. I joke around all the time. I post pictures of Adam Aaron. That's not what this is about. What this is about is the fact that if you have individual investors that come in and think they're going to come in and spend $8.01 on 10 shares and they're going to become millionaires in 1 month, that's
Yeah,
not
it's a
how this
joke.
works.
That's not
It's
how life
really
works at
not.
all. No, no, no.
This
This
is
really
not
is a
how this
joke.
shit works. Everybody
Yeah, you
on
gotta have
this
patience.
space,
They're betting
you
on
need
Well,
to
emotions.
there's that
understand.
quote from Warren Buffett,
Okay.
isn't it, where the stock
Okay.
market is a form of, it's a way of taking money from the impatient to the
Impatient to the
patient, isn't
patient.
it?
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah,
Correct.
Warren Buffett, man. That's it.
Exactly,
Well,
Warren
everybody
Buffett.
here now, you are patient. You have waited. And guess what? Your patience is going to be rewarded. And I can tell you, I have information. I'm not an inside trader. I don't work at GameStop, but I shop the stores. You can basically call me a secret shopper. I know people. I talk to people. I see everything that's going on. I read DD. I do my own DD. I look at the
I
website.
sniff
I
off
look in
DD.
and out.
I mean, you're
Yes,
living through history, man.
I
Yep.
take bumps from, yeah, but you guys are all invested now. You're invested in this transformation, and what's going to happen is you're going to see these Q3 sales in the second week of September
That's
spike.
what I'm waiting
Dude, and
for.
we're
I
S&P qualified, right? If we hit 190, aren't we
We
S&P
So,
all
500
forget.
qualified?
We all
Bro,
forget that
my cock is
Keith,
so
deep
hard for these
fucking
sales.
value.
so this is
Used
gonna
to post
this
all the time about the queues. Every time that the earning calls came, it was a big deal.
this actually feeds right into Brent King. You are freaking awesome. Like I love your sentiment
I
about
love
all of
you.
this.
Yeah,
Like
amen.
this
That was
is
a
I
fucking
love
awesome.
beautiful
King.
story.
But I mean, like you're feeding. I mean, there's so many
He's the
things that you're feeding right
closest.
into to Brent, and Brent has some really awesome things that he's found. For those that haven't heard it, please pay attention. Like this, I'm still looking through all the stuff that
Can
he's
I give
posted.
one more 30-second
Yeah,
dissertation,
yeah,
quick,
King,
Ken?
sure.
And
30
I
seconds.
will,
No.
and this, and I swear, if nobody interrupts
Can
me, it
I
will be
can I
very
start
quick.
the timer?
I just want
Starting
to
the
say,
timer.
King,
Okay.
King
Okay.
from all of us is the
I can
guy
go long
that's
or I can go
closest to the
short.
stores, the
Yeah,
closest
I
to
can
the
go.
stores.
But listen, this is what I want to ask everybody on this call, okay? And this is coming from somebody that I'm a GameStop shopper, okay? GameStop is trying to build a business right now. And every time they tweet, we have a bunch of people, and I, I will just flat out say there's some dumb shit being posted, and they're trying to reach out and rebuild a business and an image. Stop posting shit about stonks. Don't scream like you're on fucking meth and scream stonks or post titty memes or any of that stuff. Leave that to the other people. And I know I cannot stop that. I can't put an end to it. But if there is one thing that these people know right now, it's that they know we're out there. They're letting us know. Ryan Cohen's tweets about Victoria's Secret models, everything. Let him do that. He's the chairman of the board. That's his job. Let him talk to us. Let the GameStop Twitter account tweet at us. It's cool if you're pumping them up and you're playing with them, but stop screaming about stonks because you're only hurting the image. And it's not just stonks. It's any of the, you're trying to get a reaction out of them about diamond hands. You're trying to get just, that's what I would ask anybody. If you want your investment to go up, let them do their thing, let their image improve
King,
naturally.
please just
Amen.
say to where exactly do you mean it? On Ryan's profile?
Not only on Ryan's profile, the most important, see, and this
It's
is
when
a big
GameStop
difference.
tweets.
Yes, I want Brent to be able to speak, so I'm gonna get off the stage
No,
here.
but that point you raised is
But
very
that's it.
important, King.
So
Very important.
GameStop's Twitter official account at GameStop, okay? They used to have at GameStop Corp up until last month when they went to this change where their logo and everything else went black and white. GameStop Corp was the channel for them to speak to investors, was them speaking to their distributors. It's not for guest help. They have a dedicated Twitter account. If you're upset about your purchase, contact at GameStop Help. But the at GameStop Twitter account, I beg you, I plead with you, please just, you can joke with them, talk about your video games. That's what they need. They need you to talk
Don't
about
talk
video
about your
games.
investment with the company. That's what Kings is asking. Be rational. They wanted to address gamers, not to just talk to investors in the company. and we
Yeah,
I
start
also have a
I'm sure
talking
YouTube
you'd
about.
channel
watch
that a lot
Kramer.
of people ignore. It's a really cool channel. I would recommend, subscribing to it if if you want to support it. They have great content that comes out related to the company.
Yeah, if you want to shit post, go to Vlad Tenev's profile. And
No,
that was the
Kramer,
last thing I
Kramer,
wanted to
Kramer.
say. If you want a reason why we're all here, thank fucking Vlad. Vlad is why we're all here. His stupid ass turned off
Exactly.
that button. He started it all, and you can thank him when you're
Yeah.
fucking rich and when he's going to prison. So
Vlad is
thank
fucked.
you all. ETF guy is up next. Pokey guy, I'm gonna go drink.
Oh yeah.
Amen.
King, thank you so
Thanks,
much.
King. I appreciate it. All right, Brent. Blow everyone's minds now.
Okay, but first, someone was saying earlier about these guys can't get out of their short positions. They divorce their wives. That's how they get out of it.
Wait, Bill
Okay.
Gates is short GameStop?
Yeah.
I'm just kidding.
Yeah, I can see it. No
Bill
problem.
Gates and Kenneth Griffin are actually good friends. I don't know if you guys knew
Yeah,
that. The
a
Robin
long
Hood
time
Foundation.
friends.
That you got Gabriel Plotkin in there. You got Steve Cohn in there. They're all buddies. In
They're all like a
Chicago.
family.
It's crazy.
Yeah,
Yep.
yeah.
All the billionaires
But
are,
that's not what I
though,
want to talk
No,
about.
no, no, not all the billionaires. No.
Okay, so I have been. I will be straight up. My name is Brent Schultz. I'm not afraid to hide who I am behind a screen name or
Hi,
anything
Brent.
like that. That's how
Hi,
I've
Brent.
been ever since I was a StarCraft commentator. I have my own YouTube channel. I did commentating for like 3 years straight. I worked hard at it. I finally was a professional commentator for Riot Games. I did WCG 2009, 2010, 2011 for StarCraft, and I had a blast until I basically nuked myself. But going past that, I consider myself a very basic person. I'm not, honestly, I don't know why I'm up here with you guys. You guys are a lot smarter than I am. But
No,
I
no,
have
you are very
noticed.
smart.
I just sniff cocaine.
If you can't play StarCraft, you narrate StarCraft.
Haha, joke's on you.
And
Yeah.
Protoss is the best, by the way. So I've just, over the past few months, there's just these weird things, coincidences that just keep happening. And at first, I thought it was between SLGG and GameStop. I thought something was going on there, and I'm still bullish on that happening, like a big partnership between them because of Mob Crush and their patented technology for streaming, for cloud-based services. If you guys haven't looked into that, it is absolutely huge. And by the way, their SI is at almost, I think, 40%, and I think it's higher than that. I think it's been obfuscated just like GameStop. But going into my thesis, at first I was big on SLGG GameStop. And I also noticed Jim Bell was a big old snake. I noticed everybody on the board was a big old snake. I wrote a bunch of DDs on them, how they were just basically trying to tank the company. Got into SLGG, but then a woman named Kelly, she's the vice president of customer service, tweeted about Pokemon cards and how they were, hard to come by, and she did the googly eyes, and I was just like, huh, that's a really interesting tweet. Why is she talking about Pokemon card scammers and scalpers? And so I started, it weighed on my brain for a little while, and I kind of started just digging into it a little bit more and digging into it a little bit more, and I've posted several articles on all that. And I don't have the time to go through, but I link all of my sources. You guys can go back and read through. I used to have a subreddit called Pokestop that got nuked. You can still go to the redirect that someone changed its name and moved it somewhere. You can still go there and read all of my DDs. I've reposted them there. They're still there, but um, basically, I am extremely bullish. And by the way, I'm a holder of GameStop. I've been holding since end of January, right after the Citrus research stream where he was like, the stock's going back to 20 quick. And then it shot up to 40. And I was like, I got to get GameStop. That was a great stream, by the way. Thanks,
That was the
Citrus
bot.
research. And so I started noticing that that there was all these connections between Nintendo, Pokemon Company, and GameStop. If you look over the history of the GameStop Twitter, if you look at GameStop's transformation of their website, they were using a lot of Nintendo colors, Nintendo red, Nintendo white, Pikachu yellow. They're using the Nintendo Speed Boost arrows. There's all these subtle hints and subtleties about what I feel is a merger going to be happening between GameStop and the Pokemon Company. I don't believe it's with Nintendo because I feel like Nintendo's kind of too big to take on GameStop. But I feel like they'll use their smaller entity, a private entity. They'll reverse merge, in my opinion, GameStop through Pokemon Company, which will IPO the Pokemon Company. And what they're going to do is sell exclusive augmented reality glasses to the world. Niantic has been working on these glasses for years, and they have. I posted some links. They've basically, John Hankey, which I believe Ryan Cohn, when he did his Mr. Hankey Christmas poo, I feel he's referencing John Hankey of Niantic, and that by Christmas we're going to have a special surprise for all of us. That's my bullish thesis, and that's going to be these augmented glasses. They are going to run kind of like a Google Stadia. You don't need to have heavy hardware like an Oculus Quest. You'll have these glasses kind of like the HoloLens. They're going to project images. You're going to be able to, and then a couple days ago, a gentleman named Patrick Cook went through GameStop's filings and found that they had renewed a bunch of filings on like GME restaurants, GME bars, GME virtual arcades. And just a couple days ago, GameStop Esports talked about, wouldn't it be cool if arcades came back? And so, like, if everyone would just open their minds a little bit, I know I sound crazy, but if you just have an open mind and start looking at the subtleties of how they talk, the Twitters talk to each other, how the Instagrams, the Facebooks, how they interact with each other. Pokemon Company, Nintendo. A couple weeks ago, there was Bidoof Week with the Pokemon Company. All the Nintendo companies were all like, "Congratulations, Bidoof! You're doing a great job, Bidoof." And then all of a sudden, GameStop comes in and tweets, "Wow, Bidoof is going to get his Bidoo." It's like, why is GameStop commenting on Pokemon? No one else did. And you'll see the Pokemon Company or Pokemail, they will tweet stuff back to GameStop. And SLGG also sometimes will nod at GameStop and they'll nod back. You got to look at people's Twitter pages. You got to look at who they're following, look at who they're retweeting, and look at who they're liking. And you will see these connections between Chewy, SLGG, GameStop, Pokemon Company, Nintendo. And it's my theory is, a coincidence is a coincidence, but when you start getting a lot of coincidences, there's got to be more to it. And so ultimately my thesis and I have so much, and there's a couple podcasts. I did a podcast with the Bull House. I recommend everybody to listen to that. I did a TLDR post on Superstonk, which is still quite lengthy, but it links all of my DD, all of my sources. And then today I found out that there's a Japanese company called SoftBank, and they're the ones who are promoting worldwide omniverse, metaverse, whatever you want to call it. They're behind Qualcomm, and Qualcomm is supplying the microprocessors for the AR glasses for Niantic. They are behind NVIDIA, which is part of the ARM technology, which is to bring worldwide metaverse, basically. And I have all these articles. I encourage you all to read it. It's mind-blowing stuff. Ultimately, we're going to get augmented reality glasses sold exclusively through GameStop, and we're going to get Pokemon NFTs. And the reason why I'm bullish on Pokemon NFTs is because the Pokemon Company has been working on this behind the scenes with Niantic, and it's a way to close out the shorts as opposed to a crypto dividend, because we saw with Overstock.com, they did a crypto dividend, and the DTC or the SEC, one of those, came in and they assigned a value to the crypto. They said, nope, this crypto is worth this much. And Overstock was squeezing, and it just killed the momentum because nobody knew what that meant or what does that mean. There's a value assigned to it. But if you have an NFT, and if you do research on NFTs, you do research on Ethereum, especially the London fork with the gas costs that have been reduced. I'm bullish on Pokemon NFTs because I feel that they have developed a video game that will sync with the AR glasses. It will be a living, breathing game. Pokemon are pets, okay? You have these evolving NFTs that can be reminted, not just a basic trading card. Lots of people are looking at NFTs like, oh, we can do trading cards, like a static image. And I think it's going to be beyond that. I think it's going to be a living, breathing digital game where you put on the glasses. You're going to see your little Pikachu sitting on your couch. He's ready to go. You're going to walk out the door. You're going to find other Pokemon trainers. You guys are going to battle. You're going to find Pokemon on the wild. Let's say you catch another Pikachu and he has a move set like Thunderstrike, and your Pikachu doesn't have that. You can deconstruct that Pikachu, and it will it'll destroy that NFT, but then you get like dust or something you can apply to your Pikachu to learn Thunderstrike. And that's how you get a living, breathing, evolving NFT. And if you just Google evolving NFTs, you'll get things like CryptoKitties, you'll get Zedrun, you'll get Ethermon, and this will start giving you an idea of how this is going to work as a living, breathing thing. It's going to revolutionize gaming. It's going to revolutionize gaming all over the world, but also the technology that they're coming out with will revolutionize the world. And just you can teleport yourself holographically to your friend's living room or them to you. Like it will remove
Or business meetings.
Yeah, business meetings, movie theaters. It's not just gaming. This is going to Ethereum is going to all this is going to revolutionize everything. And I guess that's the shortest, best way I can put it out there to just at least spark you guys to start looking into this and start reading my information, watch my videos. It's a lot, it's long, but I promise you it is worth it. And that is what I am bullish on. And that my long-term value investment, I don't care about it. I mean, a squeeze would be great, and there is going to be a squeeze, but if you look just at the fundamentals of these
And the
items,
long-term value of the company, the
yes,
deep fucking value.
deep value in GameStop ignores. If you just
Exactly.
ignore the squeeze, just ignore the squeeze completely. If you want to get someone into GameStop, don't talk to them about the squeeze because people are
Exactly.
skeptical of that. Like we know that there will be a squeeze, but if you really want to get them into GameStop,
Talk about fundamentals.
you tell them they got these Pokemon NFTs coming. They're merging with the Pokemon company. They're bringing Pokemon to a scale never seen before in America. They got these glasses. And by the way, I was at my local GameStop, and I can't confirm this yet. I have actually purchased a manifest of the past 6 months of all imports overseas from Asia to America of GameStop, and I'm going to be going through those manifests to see if there's anything in there. I believe that the AR glasses are already here; they're already being distributed.
Can you see if there's any cocaine in there?
Oh, absolutely.
Thank
Virtual cocaine for everyone. And
A Pokemon.
I was at my local GameStop, and I was talking Pokemon with the employee, and he's a big Pokemon fan. And he said, like, oh, have you heard about the new glasses coming? And I said, well, I kind of think that there's glasses coming, but what do you know? He's like, oh, I just heard that we're getting something soon by like in the next couple months. And so I know that sounds like total speculation to everyone. You don't have to believe me on that, but it happened. My wife was
I don't know
there.
why, Brent. I don't know why, but I believe you. I believe you.
And I don't know if he was just excited or if he really knows or not. And I didn't talk to him about the stock or anything. He just volunteered that. And I don't want to
I
get
think
anyone in
it's, but
trouble.
I think we all know that that's the main point of the crypto team and why it's so important. Except that they're specialists in omni-channel. They sell through the internet, through the phone, directly to your house or in stores. So it's something very good. But the NFT, I think it's gonna be something crazy.
And again, if you want to get someone involved in GameStop, tell them about the exciting changes they've done. They've basically 1 day delivery on certain items in certain places, or 2 days at the very most. They're getting more things in stock. They're the biggest tech company coming out. Nintendo and Pokemon Company are ready. I don't know if you guys knew this. The Pokemon Company is the biggest multimedia franchise in the world. Okay. Disney by itself cannot beat Pokemon Company. Disney has to collect like an Infinity Gauntlet. It has to collect Marvel. It has to collect Star Wars. It has to collect Pixar. when it has all those combined, it can beat Pokemon Company. All those franchises by themselves don't even come close to Pokemon. And for some reason, this company, Pokemon Company, is so huge, but yet in America, it's not really that. I mean, yes, it's big. The trading cards are big, the games are big, but as a cultural phenomenon, a multi-generational phenomenon, not really quite here yet, but it's coming. And these AR glasses, just like Pokemon Go did back in 2016, 2017, everybody played Pokemon Go. It was amazing. It was awesome. It got people healthy. It got people involved. And this is going to do the same thing. It's going to revolutionize the world. Nintendo is always on the forefront of new, interesting gaming technologies. If you look over the years, like, yes, PlayStation is amazing, Xboxes are amazing, but Nintendo is the one who is always willing to take the risk. The Wii U, the Switch, they're the only ones that are innovative enough, and that's why I am bullish on a merger with Pokemon Company. Nintendo has given it its blessings. They're backed by SoftBank, Qualcomm, Nvidia. It's a tech revolution on the way. And thanks for listening to my Pokemon talk.
Thank you, Brent. I really
Thank you,
appreciate you
Brent.
doing that.
Yeah,
So, and I do want to say, guys, so a big reason I wanted to gather all the GME apes. I wanted to gather them all up because they're killing it with DD. I mean, let's face it, they're between the GME subreddit, the original, and then obviously Wall Street Bets back in the day before, well, that just became a mess, and then Super Stonks. They have just obliterated DD, right? And I really wanted. Everyone knows I've been an AMC ape. Like I said earlier, I'm also in GME. I've been in them at the same time for as long as I can remember. Um, and I just wanted to get this information to the AMC apes too. And I personally, how I am, I don't want to see a divide. I know, people are bullish either on GameStop or people are bullish on AMC or whatever. You know what? Nokia, BlackBerry, they're all out there, right? My big thing that I want to do is get everybody's voices heard. We all need to, literally apes together strong. I mean, the doc guys are here, the brothers are here, right? They're gonna be talking
Hi.
next. They're gonna be talking next.
I,
So
I just wanna I love the people of AMC. They are investors just like us. They have dreams, they have aspirations, and they just wanna be included. But
exactly.
I
I
respect them really. Not trying to bash anyone, but I wanna
yeah,
ask one thing. We got here some very smart people. We got Charlie, we got Brent, we got King, we got Rat Kramer, the king, the king. Now, well, everyone got really good DDs and really good sentiment of bullish sentiment towards GameStop. What AMC got, I read the
I
DDs from all
I
of
got.
them, and I'm
I'm
trying to
over there,
find,
Zion. Zion, I'm over
I'm
there.
trying to understand the AMCs, and I can't find nothing.
So I'm not talking about AMC tonight. That's another podcast. Maybe you can join us up
Oh,
on that, and I will totally run you through AMC DD because Lord knows
that's
I've
yeah,
done
better.
run
it.
me through. Run me through.
Yeah, I'm not. That's one of those things that we have to work together in that sense, right? Like so, and that's where I'm so proud. I see so many of my AMC apes in here, and they're listening to you guys. And guys, I cannot appreciate you more for being here for that, right? So and that's where I want us to say, you know what? Screw it. We are in this together. We're retail. We're apes. We are in this together, and
Word,
we are
word.
going to
Can I just
freaking annihilate it, right?
can I just add on to the whole Brent situation, if that's all right? Am I
Yeah,
okay to do that?
Yeah, yeah,
go
of
for it.
course.
This is one of the things that I like about the gaming community is when you've got this many eyes looking, I would say deeply looking into the cryptic analysis of tweets here, there, and everywhere. We just I see it as one big Easter egg in my eyes. I mean, an Easter egg in a game is something that it's hidden. It's there. You can find it, but you have to deeply look for it. I think that what Ryan Cohen does with his tweets sometimes, along with maybe Roaring Kitty and all that, I think they want us to use our own brain power, figure it out.
Well, yeah, they've said
This
much more without saying anything. That's the funny
yeah,
part.
exactly. This whole Pokemon thing. You imagine if like we were just investors that we were just literally we did nothing but just sit back and do nothing, but instead we're actively looking at what could that possibly be, and then next thing you know, that they could possibly be doing this. And even if that never does happen, that could be another path that they do take. Do you know what I mean? It might not necessarily end the way that we think it's going to, but it could be.
We never
That's
had more
one of
eyes
the
on
things
this
I love
than
about
in
this
history.
community.
Exactly.
Yeah, sorry, I'm done now.
All right, so
No, go.
I was gonna say I do want to welcome both the brothers here, Quinn and Finley. What have you guys been up to? You guys have been going all over this world, it seems like.
Hello.
Hi.
Hell yeah.
Hi, guys.
Hey everybody. So far, we just want to start. Like, you guys are all fucking awesome. King Diamond Hands. It was amazing what you were saying. It really hit home for us, like why we're doing this, and like it's been amazing to watch this journey from the start because we started on Reddit with GameStop, and around early January we got into that. Like so many other people, we saw this crazy thing happening where this rocket was going to shoot to the moon, and so many people that are like isolated and alone and stuck saw the same thing too. And there was this chance to kind of level the playing field, the redistribution of wealth we keep talking about. And watching everyone come together, jump in, and it fucking worked. And to see it pop up in January like it did, and the moment that they killed the buy button on these stocks is when we sat down together and were like, hey, dude, something is really fucked here. These people were robbed. This is a key moment in this saga, and we have to tell this story because the media was doing a shit job and continues to do a shit job to actually focus on what's important here, which is our insane, over-leveraged, corrupt financial system that is being controlled more and more heavily by fewer and fewer people. Citadel, of course, being this like fucking black hole. The way that we look at this thing is this like, there's this, like, a black hole is there because of what's happening around
Sorry,
the
can
black
someone
hole.
pin the tweet? There's someone posted it earlier, the GME with the black hole sucking in the
It's
whole
great.
entire market. Can you pin that on the top of the space?
It's a good one. It's great. And what we have to do as filmmakers is try to tell the truth because we feel like it's not being told. And to do that, like a lot of it's listening to you people, looking at your DD, reading, and then talking to the people that are actually, around and in this whole thing. So there's apes, like normal people, and their human story of why they got into this and what's happened. There are financial experts like Dave Lauer, Dennis Kelleher, others that we're going to interview that'll tell us how it works on the, in the professional setting. And then there's other people, like people on Twitter, people on YouTube, like they're all playing a role in what's happening here. But I guess why we're bullish on GME as a segue, brother, do you want to start with that?
Yeah. So, hello everyone. Gonna double up on the "you're all fucking awesome" because it's true, and you keep my ass very fucking entertained every single day, and I absolutely love it. For me, GameStop it's kind of been with us our whole lives. Some of my earliest memories are playing the original NES and going up to Super Nintendo after that, and then N64. And around that time, we started going to GameStop. We're like saving all the money we can get from mowing lawns and shit. So we grew up kind of poor, not a lot of money going around. So from an early age, we had to try and go get it ourselves, and then go to GameStop and buy some games or exchange games, and then make jokes about how badly you're getting ripped off when you trade a game in. But it's it's a place that holds us like a special place in my heart, at least, just from all the memories and all the all the games that we've purchased there. So from an immediate like emotional standpoint, there's a connection. There's a reason that I want that company to survive, even if in the past it hasn't been run very well. Then you add in Ryan Cohen jumping into all this, and the fundamentals suddenly look fucking great. What he's doing with this company is absolutely fantastic. I'm a Chewy customer as well. I've got a dog and I have like their subscription service for flea medication, and I get toys for him there and treats for him there. The user experience is fucking great. The way that they treat their customers is great. The whole website's laid out in a really good way. So seeing how that stuff can be applied to GameStop is super exciting for me because I love video games. Like I think a lot of us here, and I want to see this company survive. I want to see it expand. I want to see it move in a direction where it could potentially change how people interact with games, game stores, and the whole experience of gaming generally. So those are kind of the reasons that I'm bullish on GameStop. You know, it's the fundamentals. I know there's all the insane DD out there regarding a MOAS, but MOAS or not, I see this company right now being undervalued. I see it going further, in my own opinion. And you know, all the things that Ryan Cohen are doing just make me extremely bullish on the company generally. So, yeah.
Yeah,
Brother,
I mean, if you
anything?
took the name off of that company, you know, and just talked about all the fundamentals to anybody who claims to invest, like all of these people would say, "This is amazing. Yeah, how can I buy it so cheap?" You know, like it's, and then a lot of that's because, in like what we're having to do is kind of follow the money, right? So why did they pull off the buy button? Something that is like unprecedented and insane. Who's actually getting that decision made? Who's doing that? Where's the money coming from? Who's getting hurt the most by it? Why is Melvin Capital bailed out by, you know, by Citadel? Why didn't Robinhood just increase the margin requirements for these accounts? Like, there's so many questions that keep just pointing to the black hole that is this crazy consolidation of power and self-regulation that is absolutely destroying our markets. And we really feel like when they halted the buy button, they barely stopped what could have been the worst collapse that we've seen. But anyway, it's a lot to unpack. What we're doing with the film is trying to tell the truth about what's going on and also make sure that the apes are presented in a way that makes sense. Because, like, you know, Coke Rat, Butt Farm, you know, memes are really important to this whole thing. And
Yeah.
people
Do
just
you need
don't
anyone
get
to
it.
sniff a line in that film?
You know,
I will.
we'll get you in there, yeah. And we'll put it on the budget, so you have to pay for it.
No. I'll cover the cost. I'll cover
Okay,
the cost.
cool. He's got his own
Cheers.
dealer. But shit like that has, like, memes have made so much of this digestible, but also entertaining enough for people to keep going with it. So, you know, we will definitely be keeping the flavor of the community in the film as well, which I think is something that people won't get. You know, other films will try to tell this story, the news will try to tell this story, and everyone else is going to try to control the narrative. But we have the opportunity to tell it ourselves. You know, we started this thing as apes and then happened to be filmmakers and said, fuck it, let's use our tools to try to help the situation. So that's our main mission anyway, is to make sure that this thing is told right and that we hopefully promote some real change, because there's so much that can come out of this experience if we push and we keep heading in a positive direction and really change the playing field for retail investors.
Can I just add on to the whole, you know, that you wanting to make this film? I think that is probably one of the best ideas that we have, because literally it probably happened 2 days ago. Do you know the whole CNBC deleting? You know the bit about Gary
Yeah.
Is it
Oh,
Gelsner?
that's crazy how Gary retweeted
They
it.
deleted
Yeah.
everything that we needed. You know, we needed to get out there the whole thing that Gary Gelsner was talking about, but they deleted it. So Gary Gelsner goes and retweets it, gets it out there, which just shows that the media.
If you're talking
the
about
media
cryptographic signs,
the media is manipulating, you know, the weaker minds. They, you know, think, fuck it, we'll just delete it because no one saw that. No one
That's
saw
exactly
that. But
right.
we saw it.
exactly
But
right.
we
That's right.
saw it.
And that's why when we went on Charles Payne, you know, we had a point. We wanted to bring up GameStop by name because at that point we hadn't heard GameStop on the news for months, and it's absolute bullshit. So the more that we can keep pushing to tell our story and to make sure that we have a say in the narrative,
Exactly. Push the media
and that
to
we do
our
it
side.
better than those pieces of shit that are trying to manipulate the story. So we are completely dedicated to that cause, and that's, you know, that's why we've decided to crowdfund as much as we can and that kind of shit, just to keep other people's hands out of the project. And we'll, you know, however much we get, whatever, we're gonna make this thing no matter what. We're already starting, so we're stoked. And like, but we can't do it like your guys' work and your DD and your support and your comedy
And
in
your
the community
cocaine.
and your cocaine
And the
keeps
art
us
a little
going.
bit.
No, I think a lot of people don't understand that this is going to be a part of history in
It
in, it,
is
in
a part of
itself.
history already, I believe.
It's a part of history already, but
We are writing
it's
history as we
it had that sneeze in January. They had this sneeze in January, and it became big global news. But they've managed to suppress.
Yeah,
they've managed to suppress it. Not a lot of normal people are talking about it nowadays. The problem is when it does eventually unfold into the magnitude that I think that it will, that's where it'll be like that. Holy shit, they were right. And
Yeah.
that's the bit that I'm waiting for.
Seems like a lot of
that's
people I
it. I
talk
mean,
to nowadays are like, "That's still going on." Like, fuck yeah, it's still going on, and it's crazier than you think.
yeah.
Let me tell you, I mean,
Most people
the
can't handle
greatest
the rabbit
success that I've had with any individual was I was actually at my weed doctor. I was going to get my prescription weed refilled, okay? And this doctor, now just listen to this, okay? This guy, I've been seeing him for like about a year. He's not my regular doctor, but I figured out, like, the state rules, how you got medical marijuana. Well, the dude starts talking about stuff, and he's asking me how I am, and I was like, man, I'm just deep in these stocks. My mind is everywhere. I'm working full time. I don't have time for anything. And he said, you play stocks? I said, man, I don't play stocks. I own GameStop. That is the stock.
Yeah,
And
I play stock.
he said, wait a minute. So, man, you got to hook a brother up. And I said, what are you talking about? So I laid out a bit of not only my bull thesis, but this happened to be right before the May 25th, 26th, that kind of Wombo combo part 2, where we had that very nice run. And he broke HIPAA laws to get my phone number. I didn't give it to him, but he texted me to thank me for laying out this DD to him, because he made an ass load, my weed doctor, and that's no lie. That's no bullshit. I don't do coke, but I gotta have some gummies ready.
I gotta have some gummy.
Also, weed doctor is just one of the greatest fucking profession names out there.
Well, but
And I love that you mentioned it, because Ryan tweeted the bear that's smoking the bong. Ryan is I think he's a smoker, casual, not smoker. But I think he
How
smokes
far
from
into
time
your
to time.
mouth is your phone?
Huh?
I was about to say you might need
deep throating his
Holy
mic.
shit.
What do you think, Ryan? Is smoking a little bit from time to time?
Why not?
I mean, he's a
Well,
grown ass man.
cross-eyed. He's dressing up as Victoria's Secret angels, so maybe, I don't know.
But anyway, just kind of say what we were gonna say, like what you said about Coke Rat, about the media. I mean, cinema is easily one of the most powerful tools to convince people of things, to change minds, to make people feel something deeply and emotionally, very quickly and effectively. That's why it's the most used form of propaganda there is. I'm not saying we're making a propaganda film, we're making a documentary going over the truth, but the power of cinema to tell a story used correctly is very strong.
But could you imagine a film about the GameStop saga from
I think they already took a movie, right? If I'm not mistaken.
No, but just let me talk. Could you imagine a GameStop movie from our side compared to, let's say, I'll just say, let's say CNBC has their own movie production, right? Okay, the sides are going to be very. I would say their side is going to be heavily biased towards making us look like we're the problem, make it look like, you can see what I'm sort of getting at. I can't get my words out right now, but from our side, all we're going to really do is tell the truth. Now, sometimes the truth is going to be very hard hitting when you think about the fact that this shit has been going on since before 2008. But a lot of people are going to be a lot more people are going to be able to relate to the whole 2008 crisis on our side than they would on the billionaires' side.
I mean, that's it. We have to go back as far as the paperwork crisis in the 60s to really understand what's going on with all of this. So we, as for our film, we have to set up enough of context for what's going on, what has happened, and then find a way for people that aren't us to relate to it enough to be as outraged as they should be, and as we all are.
I've seen a lot of videos. I think there was literally a video on Superstonk posted probably within the last 2 hours of the Scottish guy losing it. This shit has been going on for half a century, if not more. I think a lot of people are just starting to get tired of the shit.
Yeah.
A lot of people are just going, you know what? I'm fucking done. I said, I'm fucking done. I can't be asked to do it when I go there because of the stuff that, when I start looking into the way that my work works, I start to think, hold on a minute. It's never going to benefit me. It's always going to benefit my fucking millionaire/billionaire boss at the higher end.
Totally.
You know what I mean? So I'm fucking done. I'm ready for a change. That's one of the reasons why I've never sold. I've had a lot of people at work tell me, why didn't you sell at 400, even 500 back in January? They call me a mug left, right, and center. I know that they can't even read the back of a fucking chips packet. I know why I'm holding.
Yeah.
I'm fucking done with the system taking advantage of people like me, people like you, for mugs.
That's
done.
it, man. I mean, so Finley here, we believe so strongly in the mission of what's happening here that we sacrificed a lot, and we've dumped thousands of dollars into this thing. I quit my job to, YOLO my fucking life and my wife's life on this project because we think the story is that important. It's like we'll get, calls like, oh, there's, shills, they're trying to siphon money out of the thing. Citadel, we got accused of being hired by Citadel at one point. But the point is, like, all of us are going to get some kind of shit for doing what we're doing because you're kicking the hornet's nest. And at some point, it's going to get a little bit scary. And, like, it's gotten there for us a couple times. And, like, it's getting weird. But I don't think I'm exaggerating when I'm saying the most powerful people in the world do not want the truth about this out there.
We're absolving evil from the world that's been around since the early 1920s.
And that's why you get the media silence on these things. I think they don't want people realizing that this has been going on for
media works
years.
for them. I mean, yeah,
but you
they're all in on
get
it.
people like South Park Studios tweeting about this. I mean, hinting at it, bullshitting. I see Ben Weirman here, and I know he's just listening. But one of the earliest things I remember from Reddit, going back to just joking around with everyone about MOAS parties and getting documentary crews. Can you imagine a fucking season of South Park about this? And Ben has laid it out since the beginning of just one episode, but you could write an entire season, and I don't doubt that it's going to happen. They just got renewed. I mean, this is one of the greatest stories ever to be told, and it's not even done. It just began. We've been here since it was snowing. Some of you guys, I mean, Coke Rat, it's snowing every day, but I mean, going back to October when he bought,
Amen.
I mean, he's sniffing his Snow Mountain, and I know I'm just like a demon that tweets shit about falsettos, and I tweet about metal, but you guys have been here already for a long time, and the whole world is taking this in. They're drinking it in, they're watching, and this is going to be parodied. And when this finally gets out, man, these
It's pretty wild.
documentaries are going to be legit, and some of them aren't, but we actually have a documentary crew here in this space. How fucking cool is that, guys?
Yeah, and we have someone who sniffs cocaine for a living. Yeah, how cool is that?
I mean, in the end, like, Netflix is going to make one. They're working on one, and they're going to make a good thing. Like, the people that are making it are talented. They'll make a good docuseries. They'll probably get it right. We're actually interviewing a lot of the same
already
people.
finished documenting it. Netflix did a documentary.
They're still going. But they'll make
they
something
took Rod Osman already, his part in the video.
Zion, pull the mic away from your mouth.
Oh, sorry.
And what I'm trying to say is there will be other projects about this. There'll be other films than ours, but the people making them haven't been in it from the start. And there is and an understanding that you have of what's going on and who the people are that are going through it that you just don't get unless you've been living it day in day out, unless you're over leveraged like I am.
The
I don't
one
recommend, but holy shit, my
the one
retirement's in there now.
the
So
one that was
it's
on Netflix,
important.
the one that was on Netflix or wherever it got fucking posted.
Hulu.
Yeah, it was on
Hulu.
Hulu, I thought.
Hulu.
Hulu, yeah.
Mate,
Oh, that was
that was
shitty
nothing.
documentary.
That was nothing more than a cash grab. That was nothing more
And the
than a cash grab.
documentary creators just rided the wave. They didn't know nothing about what happened.
Absolutely, and you
The
have
fact
to
that
go back to
it
the
was the
meme
fact that it was
stock
posted so
And they
movement.
found
quickly.
all the terrible characters in the story, the most terrible characters.
I mean, that was why, like, that film, the Hulu one, was a big catalyst for us. And then I posted my Reddit post on St. Patty's Day. I was like, all right, who wants a real documentary about this shit? Because our idea was we want to only do this if people actually want it. So we just asked, and my phone exploded while I'm trying to drink. And so here we are. But anyway, we're talking about the film too much.
Nope,
Who's
you're
next?
perfectly fine. And I mean,
about
you guys
it
were
very much.
kind of
Pass
the
on to
last
Monkey
one.
Business.
Yeah, and Monkey Business is now up because I mean, I
Butt
knew.
Farm. Hi, Butt Farm.
Hey.
Sorry.
Wait,
But
when did you
What
hop in here?
is he?
oh, I didn't see
Oh
it.
shit!
Yay!
All right.
Hey guys, I'm actually I gotta take off. I'm gonna go hang out with my wife for the rest of the night.
Thank
But
you so much, Brandon, for coming.
I just there's someone that reached out to me. They told me that I forgot to mention the most important thing about the AR glasses. So I just want to touch on it just for 2 minutes. I promise. So with the new Ethereum London fork that came about, it's cheaper to mint the NFTs, and the Ethereum 2.0 is going to become the new. Everyone's going to put their games on there. The NFTs. It's going to be a way to keep things legit and verifiable. If you look at NFTs now, like there's a game called Zed Run, or even CryptoKitties, and you look at the money that is being poured into that and how you can make money. There's even a Diablo-esque
1.5
type game
million.
called Lost Relics, where if you find a legendary item that your character can't use, you can sell it on the marketplace for money that you can then convert to fiat of your choice. So if you literally want to be a Diablo bail runner and you find all these items that other players don't, it's about time investment versus money. It's not necessarily pay to win. It's just if you don't have the time to play the game, but you want the item to give your character that edge to do the WoW raid or whatever, you buy the item off the marketplace. But my viewpoint is that with the Pokemon NFTs, you will be able to get your Charizard to the optimal min max, and you can sell that Charizard for Pokecoins or whatever they're going to call it. You get the Pokecoins in game. You then convert it to Ethereum. You then convert the Ethereum to dollars. There you go. You can become a literal Pokemon master as your day job. And I think it's going to apply to a lot more things going forward in the future. So I just wanted to throw that out there. Like that's going to be a future that is coming, and it's coming soon.
I will just
space.
quickly add on to that. I'm sorry. I'm pretty sure I saw it was either a TikTok or a Reddit post about virtual NFTs, and it was mentioning about how the fact that in some time you will be walking around with these glasses on, and you will have like not you obviously you'll wear clothes. You're not going to walk around naked, but you walk around with these glasses on, and you'll be able to see you'll be able to see everyone's like virtual attire as such. If do you know, so they've got virtual pants, hoodies, whatever. That you can combine that with the fact that you see this Pokemon walking alongside them, sort of thing. I think it's quite interesting.
Absolutely. And because, a lot of people can't have a pet, or pets are, to be honest, pets can be expensive for some people. What about a digital pet? They've done studies that for people, especially gamers, having a digital pet is just as good as having a real pet. Now, if you could actually interact with that, I mean,
Brent,
it could
maybe
solve
I
a lot
can
of
add from
PTSD issues and
maybe I
whatnot for
can add from
people.
the
But
investor's perspective a little bit, because not
yes,
everyone here is a gamers that know exactly how it's going to work and how they do it.
absolutely.
From the investor
And that's just my
perspective,
speculation.
I
But
just have a sentiment. This is going to be revolutionary, exactly like we had with the early Pokemon's game. when everyone in the world just ran like crazy in the street with their phone and tried to catch Pokemons. It was a really revolutionary,
Yep.
and it brought a lot of attention and money and great investors to the company. And that's the same
And
thing.
it's going to be sold exclusively through GameStop, and
That's the point.
that's my
That's the
final
point
bullet
of the
point that I'll put
investor
up there.
perspective, exactly. That if we stay in the company, they have great future ahead of them, and they can become one of the greatest companies in the world, and in partnership with the greatest companies in the world,
Oh,
just because of those
Brent,
developments.
Brent, are you heading out of here?
I'm heading out. If anyone has questions, hit me up on Messenger, tweet at me, find me on Reddit, YouTube, whatever. I love talking to people because it's my philosophy that we all have something to add to this story. We all work together. That's what makes us more powerful than the hedge fund companies. We all work together. We share our knowledge. We expand upon that knowledge. I am not the smartest person in the world, and that's why I rely on Charlie. Charlie, I watch your vids every day. You are like literally when I need something figured out, you are my go-to guy. Like we all work together. We all can figure this out. We can all benefit. Screw
Well,
the short hedge fund
a
companies.
thousand
Yeah, and
minds
I'm
are better than
retarded.
one.
No, I definitely agree, Brent. And I mean, this is what we need, right? We need all of the brains to come together from wherever you come from, YouTube, Reddit, Twitter, I don't care. But the more brains, the more eyes we have on all of this, and it's not just pertinent to just one stock or the other stock. It's broad market at this point, like because everything's feeding into each other. So I mean, the minute we can figure, I mean, like you're finding with the NFTs and, you know, random stuff with Nintendo and Pokemon, like it's everything we need. I mean, the more eyes and ears we have on everything, the faster we're going to get to the bottom of this. Because I'm only one person. I only have one brain, contrary to what I think people think. But you know, this is awesome. I totally appreciate you coming on here, Brent, and have a good night. Enjoy the weekend.
This has been one of the best.
You
This
all
has
have a
what been
great
one of the
night.
best GameStop space calls in probably either forever or a very long time.
Oh, thank
Aw,
you.
thank you.
I
I appreciate
appreciate
it.
your input, Brent, and I appreciate everyone else's input. Thank you for making it happen.
All right, so we do
Yeah.
have a special person in here that we didn't think was actually going to make it because he's stupid busy. But Farm, what do you have? What is your bullish sentiment on all of this?
My subway's about to come. I just wanted to say penis. And with that, I'm going to go.
Rip to the YouTube.
Wait, your subway's
Thank
about
you.
Okay, thank
Well,
you.
wasn't
Thank
that
you.
fucking enlightening?
Thank you, Butt
We
Farm.
needed it.
Oh,
Doctor.
yeah.
We
Wait, one more
needed it.
thing. One more thing. Hedgies are fuck.
Yeah.
Oh
Phil.
yeah.
Ain't that the truth?
Oh yeah.
That was
Too
our
hard.
YouTube account. Thanks.
Too
You guys
hard.
suck.
On that, like the hedges the fuck note, just real quick to pair it out, to kind of piggyback on Kenna. You doing this space and even just mentioning, AMC, GME in the same world. I know this is a GameStop call, but whether or not you agree on other people's fundamentals and stuff, like who gives a shit? Because the real problem that we need to solve is what's going on in our markets. And I think all of us, there's so many smart people on both sides of this thing. And whether you disagree or think that, one's hype or one's not or whatever, just try to remember that there are retail investors too who deserve fairness and transparency and good information just like the rest of us. So we try to keep that in mind, and I think everyone else should. But anyway,
Just a
just want to say that.
question.
Well put.
Are
Thank
you
you.
invested in AMC?
Both.
You invested in both of them? Well, I'll tell you the truth. I'm bashing AMC a lot, but they had a big short interest also. I'm not.
Yes,
Yeah.
they do.
I'm not
Yes,
dismissing.
they
And I've
do.
made a
I'm
shitload
not
of money on
dismissing.
AMC.
They had a
So,
But
very
again,
short
it's a
interest.
GME call, so we should keep it GME
Yeah,
centric. But
yeah.
but yeah,
Just with the
I think
respect of
everyone
the
should recognize it.
AMCers too, even though that I'm a 100% gamer.
yep. So, all right. So, if we've had everyone up here, I have some people down below. EA has been.
Well, wait, hold on one second, Keta. Conway, did you want to speak?
Oh,
Oh yeah.
We do have one. I invited
let
Conway to
Conway
come on.
start.
yes,
I've had
Conway.
technical difficulties this whole time.
What?
We
Sorry.
can hear you too.
I've had technical difficulties this whole time, so I apologize. But I agree with what you just said about who cares about the fundamentals, but I'm going to inverse that. I think we have a real shot at reforming the financial system here, but nothing's going to change unless something actually happens. Now we see the writing on the wall. We see all the filings from the DTCC and the SEC and all that other stuff. But like at the heart of it, I think is still a transformation story, because if the company really transforms, it's going to be undeniable, and people are going to invest into it. And as we have seen, when GameStop goes up, the rest of the market goes down. Well, people are going to need an answer for that, and so I think this is the way that we change it. By
That's
by following
that's what I
along
was saying earlier. We need to just buy with GameStop.
Yeah, exactly.
Make them do good, because at the end of the day, everyone when they realize that GameStop's actually turning profit and all this and all that, are going to realize, well, hold on, wait a minute, why is it so undervalued? And then that's when the questions start getting answered, I think.
I mean, to me, it's already obvious.
And that's exactly my sentiment. Exactly, that the market is still undervalued. Just look what happened a few days ago. I'm just trying to post it when I'm talking to you. We had the S&P 400, Victoria's Secrets, that is not that best in the sales, got a huge bust. I don't know what the hell happened. They went up like 30% on the S&P inclusion, on the S&P 400. And when you look at GameStop, they went down. It's just crazy to think about it. I'm thinking the markets, the main investors in the market, the big ones, still don't give GameStop the treatment that they need. Once that they realize that Ryan Cohen is really making it and that they're missing out, they're going to get into the investment. They're going to get into game after us, and they're going to pump our investment that we went in cheaply, I think.
I mean, if I could add to that, actually, that's actually, it's not necessarily like, actually, I'll let Colin speak. Yeah, it was your turn.
No, Gavin, sure.
I mean, I was just gonna say, like, in terms of, the sentiment being bearish towards GameStop. I mean, if you look at it from like a fundamental standpoint, it also plays into, Wall Street will underestimate like their earnings per quarter, and so I think it'll kind of be like a similar situation to Tesla or any other company that had like a negative sentiment towards it, at least from Wall Street, and
So you're
it'll
saying
be
it's going to be a
seen.
continuous negative sentiment for a long time?
Well, I mean, not necessarily, but I mean, it'll change like when we have more earnings data, and once it's proven, like once it's shown that they can consistently turn a profit much higher than Wall Street anticipates, I think that's when we'll see true sentiment start to change, at least like from the institutional standpoint.
We already seen 2 great quarters. The last one, they really, really improved, especially from the network side, from what they're selling from the internet. I think that this third quarter is gonna be the bomb. Me personally.
Yeah, and I mean, it's just like.
But I mean, we've seen from past earnings calls that every single positive earnings call results in a downwards movement.
Exactly, they're gonna pump it before it, and they're gonna drop it after. They're gonna try to sell as many calls options to investors in high prices, and they drop the price and they earn the premiums.
All right, we cannot be talking over each
other. Sorry, bro.
Yeah, so just expect it from now on. I've had lots of late night conversations with King before, and I think, and I've said this and I've felt this for a long time. The best thing that we can do now, as investors and as people who want to see GameStop succeed, is to be the best brand ambassadors as we can be, right? For the fundamental side, I think it's obvious. If you normalize, say, Amazon with GameStop's shares outstanding, GameStop is undervalued, right? Period. If that is what GameStop is trying to do, is to take a bite out of Amazon, right? GameStop is valued. This thing can go much higher. But Amazon addiction is very real. People's default is Amazon. So how do we change that? Well, being good brand ambassadors is part of it. Shopping there is part of it too, but obviously we're biased, right? It's getting the people who don't know about what's going on in the stock market to start shopping at GameStop for consumer electronics rather than Amazon, And the transformation story is already underway. You can see it on their website at all of their offerings.
Sorry,
200 or 300 billion.
The whole. Sorry, I just want to add to that. Does Amazon's Twitter? Do you know Twitter's just rolled out that the shop within the profiles.
Oh
Do we
yeah.
obviously GameStop's just been given that. I mean, I doubt Amazon has been given that, but that's surely that's a good step in that
It
sort of
shows you
direction that you
that
were just on
Twitter
about.
and Jake, they really have a good sentiment. Oh, I seen it a few days ago where people saying that their likes have disappeared, and it must be Twitter. The evil Twitter is disappearing them their likes on some tweets. I'm saying it's a bug. They have a lot of servers all around the world. Some of the servers farms are rented. It's not Twitter's. It doesn't belong to Twitter as a company. And they have some problems. So sometimes the data is not retrieved and you don't see the likes. I don't think Jake and Twitter is again GameStop.
Yeah, I also think that it's probably
I think they have
pretty
very good
obvious from
sentiments
Twitter's
towards GameStop,
viewpoint.
Twitter, and Jake.
Yeah. I mean, I think Twitter stands to gain as much, more from allowing GameStop to be on this, exclusive 12 retailer list or whatever, rather than Amazon. Like, they wouldn't get as big of a cut if they let Amazon do it, and you would just be helping Amazon succeed anyway. Twitter's been collecting information this entire time. They see us talking about GameStop, so it fits all their metrics. Like, the obvious choice here is to let GameStop start selling on Twitter, see what happens. Right?
But that in itself is a good shift in the e-commerce.
That's the point. They wanna give the product to what the people like on Twitter.
Okay, guys. So I'm gonna cut us off. We're gonna do this more. These are gonna happen more. These GME podcasts on Twitter Spaces, because this has actually been really cool. We're 2 hours in, and it doesn't feel like it's been 2 hours. But I do want to get some people's questions in before they start going to bed, because I know it's 10 o'clock here on the East Coast. It's even way later for Kokrat and UK and everyone. So I want everyone to be able to get their questions in before people start passing out, because I feel like some people pre-gamed a little bit before this. So
I don't sleep, so fire away.
So I think I'm not entirely sure if somebody has to step down yet or not.
I don't think so. I've had EA, he messaged me like an hour ago. He had questions for the Ape Docs, and so again, like I said, guys, we're gonna be doing this real quick, rapid fire, and just so we can fit everybody in, because I'm looking at 14 requests right this minute. So just come up, ask your question. If somebody's not up here that was up here, and you want to ask them a question, just call them out so that we can make sure that we can have them up here to ask your question. Cool? All right, so EA, where did you just go? There you are. All right, add as a speaker. Let's get him connected. This is fun. I like this.
Hi,
It might take a
thanks
sec.
for taking my question. I appreciate it, and thank you for this space time. It was really fun and knowledgeable to hear all your inputs. My question was directed for the Apes Together Strong movie crew or the directors. My main question is, do you plan on premiering your movie in any actual physical movie premieres in North America, and that includes in Canada?
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
And second question would be, have you considered contacting, since you mentioned that you YOLO'd your funding and your wife's funding, good for you, I respect that. I would like to know that if there's any possible way you would like to have, because in Canada the media is a bit more lax and they're more towards like justice sort of deal, and in Toronto the movie TFA, I think you know about Toronto Film Festival, there's a lot of sponsors that would like to pick up in good leads and stuff. So I would like you to consider thinking about Toronto International Film Festival. Like, I'd personally drive for 5 hours with my family to go see it, and I have a feeling you would get a lot of hits in Toronto. So please consider that, and thank you for the good work.
Hell yeah, we will do. That's a great film festival. They're amazing.
Thank you, EA. All right, so I'm gonna bump you down to listener now.
Did somebody say bump?
I mean, if that's what you want to do. All right, bringing Kringle up. Kringle Kitten, we all know him. He's an excellent person of knowledge, and he's actually been he's been messaging me a bunch of stuff, so I figured bring him up. He's gonna share some stuff.
Hello. Sending my love to the Bull House.
Actually, Kringle, give a sec. Marissa said that she just crashed, so this is like a 2-minute warning. We're gonna bring everybody that's up here right this minute. So Gavin, Zion, King, Finley, Quinn, everybody that's up here right now is gonna be up here. If you have requested, please make sure you re-request to come up after it crashes. So, but we can. I mean, you guys can talk if you want to, but I just want you guys to know that it'll do
We
that.
know about how this beta test spaces is working very weakly.
Okay, guys. We are back live again on YouTube. Sorry
So
about
sorry.
that. All right. So yeah, we had Kringle up here. You still have me as a speaker. Oh, there, never mind. Just kidding. There we go. I was like, oh no, I lost permissions. All right. Add. All right. So yeah, we are back, guys. Sorry about that. That is the only thing that is going to be bad about doing this with Twitter Spaces is we do not know if it's going to crash in the middle of a podcast. But hey, we made it 2 hours. I am not mad at all right now. Like, I was anticipating like every 30 minutes having to recalibrate all of this again.
I'll sniff to that.
So yeah, but yeah, so we have Kringle. Kringle, you can go ahead and good way stress test spaces. Yeah, it really is. I mean, we topped out, I think, at 450 people tonight, guys. That's not the largest spaces I've ever seen. But hey, we're trying to do something interesting. So yeah, so Kringle, go for it.
All right, just a heads up. I actually work at the other side of the fence. I'm actually a hedge fund board executive in my own company. So I have some information, right? And we have recently received some training about the consolidated audit trail system, so the CAT system per se. And we know that the upcoming implementation, if there's no further delay, will be on September 3rd, right? And of course, this has been a project going on for a while. Actually, the conceptual phase and the proposal dated since back for over a decade. And what led to that birth of that new system, right? So it's a SEC commission data monitoring database system, right? And
What are you
it's going
talking about? My connection was dropped. Sorry.
It's a new generation of market surveillance called the Consolidated Audit Trail System.
Oh, the cat.
Yes, going
Oh,
operational
please.
if there's no delays, right? And what's different about this system is that even the broker dealers, yes, they will be monitored. And yes, this system, right, will put every marker on every share, right, from the birth of a share to from the destruction of a share. So we're talking about since the IU process, even even share offerings to set company getting dissolves in the public market, right? And your share will be marked if they start moving on September 3rd, if that goes operational on that day, right? So that being said, all the SRO members will be pretty much monitored. So who are the SRO members? We're talking about the New York Stock Exchange, Chicago Board of Trade, FINRA, the OCC, the NSCC, the FICC, pretty much all the members that you could find on the SEC website, right? And what led to that project was actually the crash of the Dow Jones Industrial back in May 6, 2010. So it crashed more than 9% within a few minutes. And the regulators back in the day and the investors were fearing about 2008 2.0. So they didn't want that. And so that's what led to that project in the first place. And of course, there are, delays and projects and regulations that basically kick the can down the road because the SRO members, well, of course, deals are made under the table. And of course, we have a new sheriff, right? His name is Gary Gensler, is anti-Wall Street. New regulations are pretty much pulled out. New things are getting expedited. And it just happened around the time that GME, right, are basically experiencing a new transformation, right? We're shifting towards a new market, towards a new phase of the market, which will be held with this new generation of market surveillance, right? I'm not telling this is guaranteed, right? But this will pave a path to a more fairer and transparent market because every share will start being marked on September 3rd, if that goes live on that date.
Well, I sort of think it sort of has to, in a sense of this whole saga of GameStop and the shit that is being it's unfolding right in front of our eyes. A lot of faith is starting to be lost. If not, it should have already been lost. It were rigged from the start anyway. But I think this whole GameStop saga is literally the nail in the coffin. It either has to change now, or it's just blatant proof to the whole US people that the whole market is against it. It was never fair in the first place, if that makes sense. It has to change.
Yes, because the rules right now, the rules right now apply to a market back in the 90s and early 2000s. Right now, the rules don't apply anymore because as technology further progressed, right, the less the rules apply because, the more we wait long on voting new regulations to be put in place into the market, right, there will be more legal loopholes as more we wait, right? And that being said, we have very, very big problems on the market. So we know that the three venues of trading are essentially lit exchanges. So the official exchanges, so the New York Stock Exchange or NASDAQ, for example, we have the dark pools, and of course we have OTC trading. And at the extent that the very, very big problems are pretty much in dark pools and OTC trading, because the rules that were made back in the 90s and early 2000s, right? Of course, the market makers and the essentially the clearing firms, they use those loopholes to make sure that they more or less have the right or the power or the leverage to delay their reportings on said shares. So from the dark pool, OTC trading towards the lit exchanges to have that real price that you're looking for, right?
Yeah.
And that being said, everything about T21 or T35, they don't apply anymore. It's all bullshit because we know that the market makers, they're the ones that are essentially pulling the levers and pushing the levers because they want you to see what they want you what to see on what they're pulling. That's it.
With
Right.
on in your talk of the dark pools themselves, I don't know how. I mean, even Helen Keller could see that there's a conflict of interest within Citadel and GameStop. I mean, how can there not be when the person who's short GameStop controls the 50% of the orders, and they just route it through dark pools. They just route that through dark pools because that doesn't affect the lit markets. That doesn't show the true buy pressure because they know that the buy pressure will, if they put it through the lit markets, will fuck them. But the fact that there's nothing being done about this conflict of interest, and the whole short percentage and the FTDs and all that, nothing. They just pay the fines, don't they? They just pay the fines because they're so fucking cheap at the end of the day.
Yes, because the fines were actually the fines didn't take into consideration in actually inflation. On top of they were made back in the 80s, 90s, and early 2000s, and now the fines are ridiculous because now we see those ridiculous fines that are being issued. And now we see that we have this conceptual idea that the SEC is, more or less complicit into this fuckery going on because those fines are essentially, could be seen like briberies.
Well,
right?
what was
They're
that one the other day that I read? There was one the other day. Some company defrauded someone of $1.1 million US, and they paid a fine for a grand fucking total of $200 or something like that. Well, I mean, what the fuck is that? You defraud someone of $1 million and you pay a fine of 200. Sign me the fuck up right now. Give me some of that shit. Because that is an absolute fucking joke. Surely someone has to do something about that. Because I've only been investing for about 7 months, and even I don't have any faith in the US stock market anymore. After GameStop, after I'm out and whatever's happened, I'm out until I see some actual
Me
fucking
too. I'm
reform.
not investing in any company in the United States. If they're not fixing the markets,
coming from the other side,
they're
right?
losing all of us. They're losing all of us. I also tweeted about it to Gary Gensler that they should fix the markets or they're gonna lose a lot of foreign investors.
All right, guys. So we have Antimatter and Jay came up. Did you guys have something you wanted to talk about or have questions?
No, I just wanted to thank all you guys, Kenna, the Bullhouse, all the brains, Coke for his awesome memes, the Mulligan brothers for taking our backs on this shit to make a change in the market, Kringle for your break brains. I just wanted to say, with people like you guys up there, it makes it so much easier for me to hold with fucking diamond hands, diamond balls. I've been holding forever, and that's what I want to say. Just thanks for everything you guys do for the community, man. You guys are awesome.
I appreciate that, brother.
Oh,
Hell yeah.
Thanks, Jay. Appreciate it.
Hell yeah.
Antimatter?
It's always a pleasure to see you guys.
We'll be here. We're not going anywhere.
Thanks, everyone. I've been jotting down some notes here as we have had the conversation. So, there's a couple of comments I just wanted to add to contribute to the dialogue that we've had. So, I might be touching on a couple of points, but, overall, I guess I'd start with just something that the group earlier mentioned that really resonated with me is, I guess, talking about, why I'm bullish on GameStop, it kind of leads to a philosophical question. How is value determined? Who determines value? Is it fair market value for GameStop to be less than $20 because some lemon hedge fund is losing money and they say that's how much it's worth? Or is it worth more because the shareholders that have a stake in the company, they have conviction and they know the value that's there. So I think it's the latter. I think Wall Street. I think the Main Street media that is purposefully not talking about GameStop. They know. They're just I think at risk of losing a lot of money because they made a bad bet. But yeah. Also Coke Red and King touched upon this, but this really has become a global movement. The intrinsic value in GameStop has grown exponentially, regardless of the fundamentals. Put those aside for a second. The the perceived value of just the GameStop brand has increased tremendously. And any rational investor would see this and realize there's value here. So I wanted to put that out there in terms of value. GameStop is incredibly undervalued right now. The other comments that I had was really around the fuckery that we've seen with the price manipulation. Overall in the markets, this has been going on for a long time. It's not new, but I think only now with the technology that we have available, with Reddit, with Twitter, with social media, only now has retail really had an opportunity to change the structure of the market and to tip the scale ever so slightly in our favor for retail. So it's exciting as a retail investor to be a part of this, and all I have to do is hold. It's amazing. I did also want to thank all of you that are contributing to the community, whether it's helping have this space, or whether it's with coke-laden memes, documentary, tell the real story, Elliott Wave's analysis, sideways trading analysis, or just book farm memes. This is a hell of a ride, but the DD that's out there, really, it's in my perspective irrefutable. And I think what the community is really putting together is making this journey of holding a lot more enjoyable. I guess the last thing that I really had was just around, going back to the fundamentals for a moment. GME, I don't think anyone would argue that it was a dying company. GameStop found itself at a crossroads in its existence, essentially, in its business model. They were a dying company. They needed to find a way to pivot and to become relevant again. They needed to see opportunity. And I need to give credit where credit is due. Keith Gill, Roaring Kitty, DFV, he alluded to this, where it's difficult to compare GameStop to Apple, but if you think back to Apple in the late 90s, Steve Jobs himself had said that Apple was about 90 days away from bankruptcy. If you look at the Apple from today, you would never imagine that they were 90 days away from bankruptcy. Apple found itself in a pivotal point in its existence, and they needed to capitalize. They needed to transform. And what did they do? They ended up putting out the iMacs, followed by the iPods, followed by the iPhone, and that really solidified their existence as a $2 trillion company. Again, looking at Apple today, you would never have thought they were that close to bankruptcy. But had you taken the risk, I guess, but had you invested in Apple back then, that would probably be one of the smartest investment decisions you would ever have made.
Yeah. On touching on your point about the GameStop going bankrupt, I will not deny that it would have been a case, just no one else really had the expected the visionary genius that Ryan Cohen is to come along and sweep it up and take it under himself to try and change it. You've got to remember that a lot of these people that are short on GameStop in these higher up hedge funds probably don't even really know how to use an iPhone because they're old and decrepit and they're just fucking, I don't know, they're just in some sort of way that they just don't understand the technology and they don't understand the power of e-commerce will have on a company like GameStop. You've got to remember that the gaming industry, I can't get the figure right in my head, but it's bigger than like the movies. It's bigger than like 5 of the other biggest things. Okay, gaming's bigger than all of them. Okay, and GameStop is not only a legacy company in the midst of a pivot into an e-commerce world, it's there. It's ready for the taking to change into this giant company, and Ryan has seen that. But these boomers are so fucking short and in denial that this is where you get that technology coming along and retail. Even Gelsner, you mentioned it about the retail. We're coming together. The technology, retail are using it against them in a way. We're like highlighting the errors of the game in a way. It needs to change.
Hey, Cook, and anyone that's actually in here. The thing I have tried to do, because we do actually have some boomers in our movement. We have Gen X, we have millennials, we have Zoomers, we have them all. I would steer clear of calling out boomers because.
Okay, I will
Yeah.
say I'll say I'm not calling you all technology not savvy, but I'm just saying that these people, I can just tell. But you just look at them. You can just look at them and you can tell that they have no idea of the capability of the change. I'm not saying the people in this place are. I'm just saying the people that these billionaires, that all they think about is dollars. That dollar figure. That's all they give a shit about. They don't care about anything. They don't see the change. We do. We do. The boomers, the zoomers that are in this call, that are in the movement, they see the change. That's why they're in the movement. What I was just saying is they don't. Okay.
Yeah. And so
they
to wrap
don't.
kind of that thought, that I was getting at, I don't think anyone would disagree that when you invest, primarily, it's in the most traditional sense, it's because you see that there's future value. You invest, you buy a stock at a certain price today because you expect it's going to go up in value tomorrow. You typically don't buy or invest in stocks that are already overvalued. So, again, GameStop was, and some might still argue they're in the pivoting point. So why would, if you believe that they will be able to be successful in this pivot, why would you not invest today for a company that will be worth more in the future? And this is squeeze aside, just based on the fundamentals, based on the opportunity that is present. GameStop has a ton of room to grow, and ultimately, that's why I'm bullish on GameStop.
Game like you said about Apple, the investing in Apple when it was almost bankrupt. You are at that point with GameStop now. Either you invest now, or around now, or in about 5 years' time, you will regret not buying GameStop in this sort of region of price. I guarantee it. I guarantee it.
No, I guarantee it too. And I'll tell you, one of the biggest things that people are overlooking is that gaming right now is, I mean, it's transcended generations. It's transcended going back to Pong, Pac-Man, Mortal Kombat, Street Fighter, Dark Souls, Zelda, to where you're coming today, which is Nintendo, Xbox, Microsoft, PlayStation. They all have their niche in this market, okay? And the companies over there, Nintendo is the most profitable company in Japan. They literally print money. And Nintendo is looking for a strong partner in the United States for distribution. They realize that they can sell through the eShop, but the eShop is only as good as the people's internet connection and the ability for people to discover where it is. And if you have a retail store as well as an e-commerce giant, the companies out there like Best Buy, Target, Walmart, Newegg, they're not as potent anymore as a weapon, because if you're Nintendo, you're looking for somebody that's going to get this stuff in front of the customer. And that's not Target. Sure, they did great during the beginning of COVID. And if you owned Target, you probably made some money last year. Not squeeze money or anything like that, but when you talk about, you walk into a Target, that's a department store. Where are most department stores like Macy's, J.C. Penney right now? They were shorted into a fucking oblivion and they're gone. So here you have GameStop, which instead of dying is transforming. And Nintendo, Microsoft, Sony, they've all got to also figure out what is their strategy. Xbox is partnering with GameStop. They've got the deal. They're trying to push Game Pass and their service through GameStop. Nintendo is doing the same thing. Sony is not. They're doing something totally different. Their strategy, I mean, GameStop basically had an option over a year ago for Microsoft to sell a digital only Xbox. GameStop said, fuck you, we're not putting that in the store. Why would they? It's literally cutting out their profit. Well, Microsoft beta tested it and they said, well, maybe this discless console that people can't sell their own games and they don't own their own games isn't totally the future yet. And that's where Keith Gill came in, and he saw just as well as I did. And I'm not, pretending that I'm as genius an investor as Keith Gill did. But I sure as shit have kept all my physical games because I know that they have intrinsic and monetary value going forward. And companies like Microsoft are recognizing this. Nintendo very heavily is looking for a partner. And when you get people shopping at Walmart for video games, they're looking at the price, they're grabbing it off the shelf. They're also buying underwear, they're buying, whatever else they're buying. But it's not the focus. And when you see the Black Friday ads go out this year, they will target heavily gaming. But GameStop now has something that nobody else has, and that's $2 billion in free cash flow. Just think about what you can do with that to build partnerships.
That's a lot of cocaine, surely.
That's a lot of fucking cocaine. Scarface 2 through 10 are about to get made by Ryan Cohen. Okay? And when you look at, I mean, Microsoft, and I won't be an ageist. I'm not going to call out boomers. I have boomer parents. I fucking love them to death. I'm personally Gen X, except I'm not even supposed to exist. That generation supposedly doesn't exist. Um, Microsoft has people of all ages. They have Phil Spencer on down to some presenters, if you watch E3 every year, that come out swinging. These guys come out with just amazing displays, and they're trying to touch on different age levels. They know, and this is why Roblox was able to IPO early this year. There is a space for almost every type of game out there right now. Every age is playing a game. My daughter is 5 years old. I'm playing Mario Kart with her today, but she gets on a Kindle and plays God knows what. Amazon is now trying to have a game studio. They've destroyed some NVIDIA cards in their beta tests. Not going so well, but every company out there has its own approach to this, but nobody has the cash flow that GameStop or the focus that GameStop does right now, which is an omni-channel, multi-billion-dollar company that is headed straight for the S&P 500. So if you think that gaming has reached its apex, I would say to you, why is Elon Musk tweeting out about Cyberpunk playing in a Tesla?
Yeah, they seriously need to reconsider their views towards gaming if that's what they're thinking, because gaming, in my eyes, is far from fucking done. Far from fucking done.
You can
Okay,
play it
guys.
on a
So,
smartwatch.
all right. So we have Arya and I'm gonna try to say it Monkey. I don't know if that's actually how you
Monkey.
were wanting Monkey.
Monkey.
Okay. I didn't know if it was trying to be some kind of weird. Okay. So yeah, these two have been waiting for a little bit. What Arya or whoever wants to go first, you guys can dish that one out.
Rock, paper, scissors.
I mean, I'm gonna try and keep it brief because I most want to talk about the GameStop NFT project and my findings, because I've been basically stalking Fubar. Like, I have his like tweet notifications on. Like, I see the tweets that he deletes and everything. And I've been kind of lurking in the NFT space and just kind of seeing like what all the buzz is about. Like, because I remember Michael Burry was saying that the technology wasn't to be underestimated, and it seems like just the applications of this technology just for video games will be huge. There's a lot, like, everyone wants to talk about Zedrun, but there's a lot of developing NFT gaming projects that are going around right now, and I've purchased some NFTs that allow you to play some of these. So I'm not trying to give anyone financial advice, because if you don't know what you're doing in the NFT space, you will get rug pulled and you will lose money. But I was just wondering if anyone else really had eyes on the project and what's going on in the NFT space right now.
What's going on
I
in
have
the
no eyes on
general?
it.
Well,
They're making some games. They're making some games that will be based on the NFT, just like Brent told us. And when you buy those games, you actually can make money from playing the games.
Yeah, that's called
because all the characters are made of a kind of coins that sits on the ATH network, and you actually can redeem the character. And even if you collect other characters, you can turn them into coins and buy other stuff with them. Buy stuff in the game, or even take the money outside of the game and buy real things in the real life. It's
One of the things
very
one of the things that I've sort of read about or sort of heard about NFTs within games is, you buy a game. Okay, so you buy the game, but then as you progress through the game and you unlock things, and let's say you beat a boss. After you beat the boss, let's say you get a boss specific NFT, right? Okay,
you
so
get
let's
it
say that.
not just by winning the boss. You get it in a lot of things. You got
Yeah, but obviously,
Okay.
the
They're
rarity,
Hey guys,
of the NFT
guys,
goes up, though, doesn't it?
stop speaking over each other. We got to start doing this rapid fire. We're going to be here for 5 hours.
No, just wanted to say that in the general, you make money inside the game. You're not making money just by playing and winning. Just by traveling around in the world, you collect stuff, and the stuff themselves are worth money.
Yeah,
just by spending time in the game, you can be a loser player and still you get money. And every month there's like a reward that's going in a cycle. Everyone is getting something. So anyway, just by playing the game, you make money. You can become like a professional gamer and make a lot of money, or become a mediocre gamer and still make really good money.
Yeah,
Could we possibly, real quick, kind of get Charlie back up here, just to talk about, this is relevant right now, the crypto kitties. He had something in the DM that is very interesting.
Oh yeah, we would love to hear about the NFTs.
Yeah, he's up here now.
Oh, me?
Yeah, sorry for calling you out, buddy. I saw your message and I thought it was
So I
very
noticed this
interesting.
today, right? So I Google the the key that you can find on GameStop.com. You take the key and put it into Google. I noticed a new result today, and it was crypto kittens. I heard someone bring it up earlier today.
I forget who it was. I think it was Brent maybe who brought it up a minute ago. Interesting enough,
Yeah, it was Brent.
It appears that Ryan Cohen's messing around in crypto kittens. You can go there right now and look, and he's purchased one. Let me get the name for you real quick. 1 second. I had never seen this pop up before. And so the names of these kittens, it's the owner of these kittens has the same key essentially as the NFT GameStop.com.
You got Yaya Kinky Poppins, Garfunkel Canwidgy, and then Senior Blunt Flop. Apparently, and
That's
I
awesome.
don't know too much about Crypto Kittens, but I have not recalled seeing this before.
I'm guessing that's Senor, not Senior.
Senior, yeah, right. Yeah,
And what
and
what
on
what
top of
could
that,
it
I
be used
also
for?
noticed that it shows up because I think before Etherscan was the only crypto scanning service that it would show up on, correct? If anyone knows.
I'm
No,
not
no,
sure.
we don't know.
Times I've
We're
Googled.
hearing you. Tell us what you found out.
That was the only
Trust me,
place that I
crypto,
was in.
NFT, that's like, I'm not in any means an expert on that subject, probably my least knowledgeable, but I have noticed differences in the search terms. Apparently Coinbase 2 days ago, they tried to send something, but I noticed that everything's failing. So I'm not sure, how long this
Oh
project
yeah,
would
most
take
of the
normally,
fails
but I did
should
notice
be.
Hey,
changes.
hey, Monkey,
I,
did that
I
answer
think
your question?
I
A
think
little
it's
bit.
because the
I
upgrade.
think I might have a little more insight on just the NFT, just a little bit, not much. I'm not like an expert,
Mhm.
but I'm sorry, I'm so like burnt out today, so my head is all over the place. But it's I has first of all, has anyone confirmed that Fubar works for GameStop? Because I'm pretty sure.
I don't think no. I don't think Fubar is working directly for GameStop, but I think he is advising them. He's working
Free
with the crypto team as a freelancer or something like that, not directly.
Okay,
a
because
freelancer for Ethereum-based platforms.
Exactly,
Right, and
something.
like, and
Yeah,
you can tell
yeah.
based on the transaction logs, like they're going all over the place trying to test it out.
yeah, so it's like someone was talking about earlier with the Pokemon cards. There's these concepts with play to earn games. You play the games and you earn. You play the game. You use the NFTs in the game to earn
Yeah,
more NFTs, and then you can burn those NFTs to receive whatever secondary
yeah, exactly.
currency there is, which provides. I think that's how proof of stake works. Is that by burning that you're putting liquidity into the
Exactly.
pool?
As long as you play more, your ETH that you deposited is sitting in a staked pool, and then it makes money just by sitting in the pool, and you make money in the game also. So it's a win-win situation. Just by you depositing some small amount of money, it grows all the time, and you get rewards just because you don't take it out.
It's weird because like the crypto kittens thing, like it showed up I think 2 days ago, and that's the same time that Coinbase tried to send something over to this address, and it shows up 2 days ago in Etherscan, and then sure
Yeah,
enough it's here,
I'm sure
crypto
the crypto
kittens.
teams are doing a lot of test runs
Right,
inside the
right, and
games,
it
to
clearly says
check
that you
how
can
it's
buy it.
working,
Like,
how much it costs in the gas burning.
right. Wait, hold on. When was the Ethereum upgrade? Was that 2 days ago?
Yeah, it's already started. You can stake your ETH in a pool and get another coin. It's called it depends.
The
Like
London fork, yeah,
I'm
right. It was I think yesterday.
Yeah, it
it's
was a state
staked
that day.
pool. Yeah, it's 2 days ago. It's already running, and the developers are working with it.
That's crazy.
All right,
Yeah, it's
Monkey.
beautiful.
I'm gonna bump you down. Arya, you're up.
Hey guys, well, we're just another shot. We gotta go. Thank you, everybody. You're all amazing.
Thank
Kenna,
you so
lady,
much.
Thank you
you guys are
guys for
awesome.
coming in.
Hell
I
yeah, thanks
appreciate
for
you guys
coming.
coming in. We are going to
Thanks,
be doing
guys.
these more often, Finley and Quinn, on Twitter Spaces, so you guys are more than welcome to come join us.
Hell yeah, glad to be a part of it.
Thank you.
Bye, everybody.
See you in a
Bye.
bit.
Y'all take it easy.
All right, hey, what's up, guys? So, while I was listening to the discussion for the past couple hours, I just had like a really bullish epiphany. So I mean, I've been in GME not just for the MOS, even though I do believe in it, but I really think at this point, this is gonna be like the next huge Amazon type company. If you can just pull up the Amazon chart, set it to max, and look at everything before 2010, it's all just insignificant, like compared to now. And that's what I think the GME chart is going to look like if you exclude the MOS. Back in the 90s, the dot-com bubble, Amazon was just a book company. They just sold books. We were in a bubble just like now. And every magazine would spread FUD. It would just say like, oh, why is Amazon $90 a share? They couldn't see the vision. Someone said, these guys shorting it can't see the vision. That's what they were doing back in the 90s with Amazon. Bezos is a visionary, and so is Cohen. But the difference is Bezos had, the last 20 years, he was working on it. He's the richest guy in the world now. Cohen just needs time. That's all. This company, GME, will never again be a brick and mortar retailer. It's gonna shift to a tech company, sort of. And from what I've seen from my DD, they're gonna, like it's been spoken on here before, shift to blockchain technology. But they're also gonna have some sort of an in-store gaming experience where you can go in there, have LAN parties with your friends. I believe they had a pilot store in Oklahoma that's already had this implemented. So this is no longer going to be the company that the mainstream media is playing it off as. And back in the 90s, Amazon was being played off in the same exact way. Um, it was all a mainstream media narrative that, oh my God, this is just a book company, and why is it $90 a share? Why does it have a $30 billion market cap? Hey, GME's market cap right now is $11 billion, and the media is just saying it's a brick and mortar. This discussion just connected those dots for me. Back then, Walmart execs left Walmart to go to Amazon because they believed in the company. And today, that's exactly what's happening with Amazon execs leaving Amazon to go to GME. The only reason they would do that, and again, chose to be paid in equity, is because they believe in the vision and they think that this company has a great future. There's no other reason. They don't just get up and leave if they don't believe, you know. GME now has 1.7 billion in cash. They have the C-suite of Amazon, Zulily, Chewy executives. And the MSM narrative is only dumb money is pouring into this brick and mortar because they think it's going to go up in speculation. That's it. And they don't tell the whole story, just like they did with Amazon in the 90s. There's multiple dots that you can draw to connect with both of these companies.
I've tried to think about how what or sort of why Bezos has stepped down as CEO. Do you know? Maybe he's seen some sort of flaw that
Did
he
you
either
guys?
can't be bothered to sort out. You know, you've got all these Amazon like you say, Amazon execs moving to GameStop, like the Walmart people did to Amazon. I sort of in my my own tinfoil hat sort of think that he knows his time is up. In a way that GameStop is coming for some sort of e-commerce market share. You know, Amazon, yes, it's the biggest, but when you actually look at it, is it the best? Is it the best? Can it be better? Or can Bezos even be asked to try and sort that out? You know, at the minute he just seems to be happy riding the fucking dildo up to space, in my eyes. Cohen seems to have some sort of fucking vision that I will stand by through till death. You know, I don't care I'll hold my shares the whole my life to see this through. I just don't think there's some, like you said, so there's something deeper. There's some sort of shift with this company, with the execs moving over to GameStop, in my eyes, like you said. Sorry.
Yeah, and here's the thing: Amazon doesn't have any specialty. You know, no one goes to Amazon because they love it. It's just convenient and
It's
fast.
just because it's the only one. It's because it's the only one that they fucking know.
Yeah, exactly. And
Amazon because
Chewy
you like
became.
it.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Sorry, yeah, no, I was just saying it's the
So
it's
just
the only one. It's
Amazon
the
also
only one
doesn't
that's
develop their own products.
It's just sort of like, oh, where do I go for this? Oh, fuck it, I'll just go to Amazon. But the more and more people realize that, hold on, wait a minute, fucking hell, I can buy this from GameStop and I can get it within 2 hours, or I can buy it from Amazon and get it within 2 days, a day here and there, whatever. You know, when more people start realizing that GameStop isn't actually just a fucking game store, that's where I think you see this big shift. And with the combined customer service shift, because Ryan Cohen can deliver top quality customer service because he did it with Chewy.
Yeah, man,
And I
and
think
he's already got the real estate needs all over the world.
he will do it with GameStop.
The best
Yeah, I mean, the real estate's there.
It
I
will just
mean,
take time.
Some of the back end products that GameStop has been adding that a lot of people don't even know about. I mean, they have vinyl records now. This is something that many people that aren't consumer whores like myself, that I mean, go around buying all sorts of shit, probably don't know. But so Target, like, about 6 times a year we'll run like buy 2 get 1 free on all media, like books, CDs, vinyl, that kind of stuff. And if you go on their website, I mean, they don't just have like Boys to Men and these albums that are just now coming out. Like, the well is very deep, and Target is drawing profits on stuff that they don't even stock. They're drop shipping it. And if anyone doesn't know what drop shipping is, what it means is it's stored by another company, and that company is just purchasing and doing the distribution for it. Well, GameStop is already starting to ship vinyl records. They have a sports collectibles section now with a ton of signed memorabilia, um, some very, very nice wall art, that kind of stuff. And the vinyl currently, most of it's actually listed as sold out. It doesn't even show in stock. Some of the records are, but the reason for that, um, so Metallica and Justice for All, just like one that popped up. I searched Metallica on GameStop just for the hell of it, and they had one album. It was immediately sold out. Well, it's not because everybody just started buying and Justice for All from GameStop. It's a product placeholder because there's a whole bunch more products that are going to be listed on there. And all this warehouse space is going to start getting, I mean, it's going to be full. And they're not looking to do, I don't think, what Target and Best Buy are doing, which are basically just taking a very low margin cut, making about 20% per record or whatnot. They're listening to their customers, they're listening to their investors. They know that there's a lot more to a video game, because a physical video game doesn't even come with a booklet anymore. You grew up, you're playing Nintendo. You got the video game instruction manual. You took it to the bathroom with you. You walked around with it. That was part of it. Well, there's all this merch with video games now. Strategy guides have even gone away because you now can Google the information that you need to find out. But what GME is tapping into now is the fact that you can sell merch based on video games, and there's going to be video game soundtracks coming, vinyl, and this stuff is not cheap. I mean, you're talking 35, 45, $60 a head, with a decent profit margin that they're going to distribute. That is a hell of an upgrade over what you're dealing with right now, because Amazon, all you do is you go on there, you've got a marketplace, and you've got somebody that's marked the product up to like $95 or some astronomical price that nobody wants to pay. Well, GameStop's not doing that. They're doing it right.
And
They're
that's what I think, that with this Ryan Cohen master plan, none of us know it. None of us know it, but he does. And this is, you've literally just identified it. He's going to bring it into fruition, if you want to say, in a way.
And what he silently told
Hey, guys.
everybody but didn't tell everybody. I'll stop in 1 second, kind of sorry. He basically just laid out a very simple statement, which is he's not going to put his cards down. He's not going to show anybody what's happening. He's going to just unravel this, and the signs are there. If you dig through
When the
website,
time is right, he will do it. Yeah.
He's an investor first. He's been an investor since he was a child. He knows this market. So,
well, he's not a billionaire for no reason, is he?
No, he's
No.
not. It also doesn't have to be complicated. Like, we could just look at the sales model, I mean, this is a company that cares and has great customer service and cares about their customers. We can see it in their responses on Twitter. Amazon doesn't do that. Walmart doesn't do that. So
Well, I
like,
think-
that's their bread and butter, is just selling things, e-commerce, scaling things up.
I think I literally tweeted about it the other day. When you've got beat earnings, you're debt free, you're 2 billion flush in your fucking pocket, you're 300% plus year-on-year growth e-commerce, and yet you drop $190 in share price. That makes no fucking sense.
Well,
that literally makes no fucking sense.
The price is fake. The price is fake, and that's not what you should be looking at.
Has been wrong.
Yeah.
Okay. Hey guys, we're gonna mute real quick since Lady can't actually hear or talk right now. We're trying to figure out what's going on with her stuff at the moment. So just give me a
Alright.
second. I'm gonna just mute everybody. All right. So everybody try to say something. See if she can hear.
Bum, 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 bum.
Yo.
Game.
I like cocaine.
I'm not sure if she can hear.
We know.
All right. So I am gonna give the mic over to Megatunes. He's kind of sent me some stuff that he wanted to talk about. So and then we can start getting more people because I still have a few requests that we have for people to come up.
All right, folks. If you don't agree with me, you don't have to. What I'm saying is, I'm a law enforcement officer in the federal, Bureau of Prisons for the last almost 18 years. What I've learned from a lot of people who produce fake shit and like to just stir attention is you kind of need to, if you can't beat them, like we can't beat them with the FUD and the media, you join them. So what you do is you get people to produce press releases. You could do it on Fiverr, Upwork. You can make fake accounts. You could do whatever you want. Talk positive about GME and beat out all these stupid freaking things that the Motley Fool's putting out, that Kramer's saying, retarded. I watch this dude every morning because I got a TV in my office. The dude's saying retail investors are pumping Robinhood. Are you fucking kidding me right now? It's completely opposite of what we do.
The guy's a fucking clown.
So we need
how
to
did
guess what? If you can't
AMD
beat them,
all of a sudden
join
come
them.
back?
If you can't beat them, join them. Anybody that's smart with writing skills, anything you want to do, you can easily make a fake.
That's the thing is how do you
Send
get
it
that
out.
voice
And
out?
let's remember that Gensler is on our side. If we remember what he said on CNBC, we are doing exactly what the media is doing.
Right, but it doesn't matter.
We are not
because
doing
Gensler
anything
only can
illegal.
do so much.
We're just talking about our opinions.
Right, but if you don't want to occupy Wall Street like they did in 2008, and you don't want to show up,
No, I'm saying that making a few accounts and writing the way we see things, even if it's not the truth, it's all right. The MSN does the same thing. I'm with you, bro. I'm with you.
Right. Put out the media. You could do it on Fiverr. You could do it on Upwork. It doesn't cost that much. You could send out press releases for $20 to CSNBC, all these media outlets. It doesn't cost a lot of money. That's what we need to do. If we're not going to go to Occupy Wall Street and go right to Wall Street and hold up picket signs, do it the way they're doing it. That's all you need to do.
The problem is how strong is our voice? You know, the media, they have control over the TVs. They can put that on millions of TVs. You know, Kramer sat up there in his fucking clown mask is on millions of TVs. The problem is our reach isn't that far. Do you know what I mean? Our reach isn't that far. It's in the grand scheme of things. Yes, I agree with the statement, but we all need to come together and we need to make sure that that voice that we're trying to get out is reached by the same sort of amount of people, because we're not a CNBC. We don't have a $1 billion budget.
But you know what we do have, Coke? We can reach straight to the people through Twitter. Almost everyone, including the president of the United States, have a Twitter account.
The problem
reach out to influencers, reach out to Hollywood stars.
I agree.
Especially
I agree.
with AMC.
That's a good idea about the Hollywood stars. That's a very good idea. Try to reach them. Interest them.
Kind of funny.
You need to reach out to movie stars and you need to tell them and
why not?
Let them know. You know, let the movie stars know and let
That's a
people
good
know.
idea.
There's so
I'll
much manipulation.
I'll make sure to let Mia Khalifa know. I'll make sure. Yeah, she's all right.
Oh, she'll definitely get.
I mean, I also think that just a grassroots word of mouth approach works too. You know, I mean, I've been getting family members and friends to start buying things from GameStop that they didn't even know GameStop was selling.
Right.
TVs, computers, monitors, you know, all sorts of stuff, laptops, whatever, right?
But you know, but as someone who resides in the UK, I can't do that. You know, all I am able to do is buy the stock.
What about GameStop Ireland? They're not shipping to your area.
No, that in the UK we don't have GameStop. We don't have it.
You got GameStop Ireland.
No, we don't.
Yeah, you do.
No.
They have a
All right, hold on,
no?
guys. Before we get into that kind of dispute, Mega Tunes, did you get everything that you wanted to say through?
Yeah, so my phone's about to die, but all I want to tell these people is that, everybody wants to complain on social media, why didn't it squeeze yet? Why didn't it squeeze yet? Do what they're doing. Produce FUD, but for the positivity. You can send press releases. You can send influencers emails. I own a business. I came up with a baby product. I spend thousands a year in buying influencers to produce my product, and it's done me very well. All you got to do is write a little ad and send it out. That's all I'm saying.
No,
That's all I
I
got.
agree.
I would just say be
Mega Tunes,
careful about
agree,
that.
I agree.
I would say be careful
Yeah,
about that.
there's a level of fake news
Don't tell
that
them
you
to
can
buy the
produce.
stock. Don't tell them to
Yeah,
buy the stock, but just write a positive sentiment about it. That's all.
Again, if you're writing it on social networks, it's okay. But if you're opening a website and quoting yourself from the website, it's got more weight to what you're
Right.
going to say there.
There's a fine line between like promoting a company that we love and shilling for a company that we're financially invested in. You know what I mean? It could be construed as market manipulation, and that's the fine line that we can't cross.
I have something to add, if I may. I think the main difficulty that we're facing is just the narrative, really, that the MSM is putting, that we're dumb money and this is a overvalued company. I think what we should do with our form of FUD is just discredit what the media is saying mainly, and just show people that what they're saying is just not facts at all. I think that would probably be the most
Exactly.
effective way.
What was it? What was it the other day? Kramer literally said the other day, "Wow, the apes are letting AMD, Hood, GME, and AMC run, but they're not using the money for the latter two." He was literally promoting
Yeah, but
manipulation.
in the
to say that
beginning of
our
the
money
show,
has
jail
gone
in 2
to
years, I guarantee you.
but Coke, in the
other
beginning
stocks.
of the show,
Okay, guys, I need you guys to take one step back and not speak over each other. Okay? All right.
Can I sniff my cocaine now?
Only bumps. Only bumps.
Yeah,
Please.
Kramer
Only
said that he listed 4 stocks, and he says, "I don't think that you have enough firepower to attack all these meme stocks on all 4 fronts." And I tweeted that too. I was like, "This is enough evidence for me that the entire plan from the beginning was to divide and conquer."
Yeah,
you know
exactly.
that was the original argument.
Wait. If the plan is divide and conquer, why does the AMC and GameStop are following each other?
That was the original thing. I'm not trying to talk shit about AMC, but that was the original argument about it. Is that
why they move each other? They move together.
Zion, let me finish, man. Sorry. And the principle is there, right? If you're splitting your money across 2, 3, 4 stocks or whatever, then they can better handle bouncing off the failures to delivers on the one stock. In this case, GameStop. So at the beginning of this, I thought everything was a distraction. So the fact that he tweeted that was confirmation bias for me that was the plan, and it looks like it kind of succeeded.
There is a point in that. I agree with you, Conway. But I don't understand. I'm trying to interpret it myself. The only thing that I can interpret is they're trying to make it look the same, the stocks, not to divide us. They're trying to converge us, I think.
I don't think that's the case. I think that both stocks themselves, yes, they are their own stocks, but they will play out in a way similarly. Yes, one of them is going to go higher than the other is undeniable because of the.
It's maybe from the ETFs, the pressure of the similar movement.
Yeah, they want to try and they will push those sort of narratives along us. One will move higher than the other. It's undeniable, but the way that the media is pushing it, like with that Kramer tweet the other day, when he said that we didn't have enough firepower for all four, and the ones that he said that weren't going to get pushed, GameStop and AMC ended up going up that day, and HUD and AMD went down that day. It's just undeniable that they're trying to create. I just don't know. I just
Distractions,
don't
no
understand
doubt.
how he's able to
They
stay
did it with
alive.
the
Okay,
silver
okay.
squeeze. They did it with the weed squeeze. They did it. I don't want to say MC. Forget about it. They did the same thing with NEG. Also, they pumped it and start talking about it in the news. I think
Yeah,
it's a lot of
Newegg.
distractions from game. All of the stuff around it is just to focus us away from GameStop.
All right, we
Just
have a few
imagine
people.
owning Apple in 2003, but then add all the short interest onto this, and the fact that literally you can count the amount of countries that own the whole float. That's what type of firepower you're looking at with this stock, and the mainstream media doesn't want anything to do with that.
All right, Voltron, did you have a question? I'm trying to get through all of the questions we have. We're going to start wrapping up here very shortly because we've been we're 3 hours in now. So Voltron, did you have something?
We can keep going. I'm pretty high right now.
Oh no, there's people going to be going to sleep here very soon.
You guys sleep?
Always.
I don't sleep. I just take little naps on the keyboard.
All right, if Voltron's not answering, all right, I believe Luke, I brought you in, and then Letherium.
Yeah, hey, thanks. I wanted to start off with just saying ook ook, and
ook.
recognize that you guys are doing some good work here with the meetups. This is my second meetup I've kind of lurked in, and then I was like, what the hell? I'll just say a quick hi, and I think this is the best thing we can do, is we keep chatting and keep bouncing ideas and the DD and then the counter DD and stuff, just to make sure everyone's not falling for shit like Kramer stuff like that.
Hey.
Other Kramer, not Coke Kramer.
Unless it's lines.
Yeah, unless you're falling on the floor after a few lines. Yeah, I just want to say keep up the good work, and we need more of this online. And yeah, I'm definitely a grandpa, so I'm going to head to bed pretty soon here. So thanks.
Yeah, I appreciate
Thanks,
that.
Luke. I appreciate it.
Like I was saying earlier, this is probably one of the best, if not the longest, GameStop spaces for a while. And it's probably
we had yesterday one for 5 hours straight.
Yeah, but I wasn't in it, so I'm not going to count it, Zion. So
same.
All right, thanks, Luke. I appreciate that. All right, Letherium. I think I'm not saying that right.
Yeah, I just wanted to talk a bit about. Oh, hello everyone. Thanks for letting me speak. I was looking up the Crypto Kitties and the Foo Bars HD Punks, their NFTs. They have. I mean, you're going to be spending Ethereum on them, but Fubar was talking about the two pictures, like the standalone faces. You could buy two of them and then trade them in for a full picture of a character, and so on and so forth. So I'm thinking with those kitty things that Ryan Cohen was going into, you could buy two of the kitties and then have them get together and make a new kitten.
Which is it mean to produce a new coin? You take 2 coins of
Yeah, and then
kittens
people would continue to buy the kittens, and like you would have rights with each of the ones that you have bought, and so on and so forth. People keep buying them to make these new kittens, and then that's how people start slowly making money.
And let's remember, some of the kittens are worth millions of dollars. It's a very valuable product, very loved in the world.
Well, and getting in on it right now is we're at the bottom floor, whereas, say 3 years from now, people could be buying, the kitten that you have bought so long ago, and you getting either whatever it is, royalties or, part contracts from that. It's very interesting, but both sites are very basic right now. I have no idea what I would be doing on them. And I messaged
I can tell
Fubar.
you there's already games like that that's based on NFT.
Zion, please
They're
let him
very
speak.
basic.
I just wanted to put my 2 cents out there. I just saw it today, and I'm trying to absorb absolutely everything that's been going on. It does seem promising, but like what people have said is you have to be very selective in what you want to spend your Ethereum in, because it could be just a dud, and then you're gonna literally lose all of your money on nothing.
Yeah, I personally, I'm very bullish on NFTs in the long run, but I think right now I question the NFT usage right now. I suspect that a lot of it is money laundering and tax evasion right now. For some of it, I mean, if you saw
I
recently,
mean,
there was
I
like
saw recently there
crypto
was one that sold
punks.
for like 100 million.
Yeah, I think like one of the Logan Paul or Jake Paul or whoever the hell tweeted that he bought like a crypto punk that he just sold for $630,000 US. I mean, that's insane. That is a lot of money. That's not even the highest one. You guys have seen what the gray pixel that sold for like $69 million or something like that. That to me, like if you really sat and thought about it, like why would somebody pay $69 million for a gray pixel NFT? I mean, there's only really a couple of answers that you can really come up with. You know, it's tax evasion or money laundering or both.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say too.
I think NFTs are like the way that cryptocurrency first came about.
Yeah.
Now cryptocurrency has been around for a while and people are starting to figure it out. They sort of needed a new thing to sort of launder their money through. Do you know what I mean? Because I think crypto will get regulated at some point, whether it's in my future or whatnot, but it will. And I think this big money will need some way of laundering money. There's no way a JPEG sells for 69 million. Wait, what?
Exactly.
69 million.
Did Ken Griffin buy that NFT?
Those are my thoughts exactly, actually. I would not be surprised if he did. I mean, the beauty about it is that you can just email yourself the NFT, right? And provided that there's at least some sort of value or demand behind it, you can always sell it later on down the road when you're, hanging out someplace that doesn't extradite.
All right, Akash, did you have a question?
Hey, I just wanted to thank each and everyone for making this available and so easily to learn more. I mean, I'm from India. I just recently came to US, and I really like the company since not long, like only 2 to 3 months. I've just following the news since 2 to 3 months, and I've really learned a lot. But having this kind of conversations daily on Twitter, I mean not daily, but irregularly on Twitter, really keeps keeps the moment alive, right? And also educates us. And I thank you so much for everyone.
Hey, no problem, man.
Well,
I
thank
have
you
a
for letting us know. I mean, to know that someone is in India listening to this space, I mean, holy God,
Yeah.
that's awesome. GameStop is in India? I didn't know that.
No,
He said he
no.
lives in the States.
I'm in States right now, but it's been like
Oh, okay, I missed
few
that. I'm
months.
sorry.
Yeah, few months I came from India, and some of my friends from India are trying to invest in GameStop through me. So that's so not a big deal. But I just have few questions. I mean, I've done my due diligence on not based on other research, but I have done my own due diligence, and I was trying to know, do we have any? Just a small question, please. You can offend me if I'm wrong. Okay. Uh, I want to know if we have any kind of plan ahead while there are some posts on YouTube such as Moa's survival guide. So in terms of that, do we have any plan? Because united we stand, and divided we fall. So regarding this Moa survival guide, I just have just
The-
what your thoughts about it.
So
That's it.
let me answer this one. If we were to be honest, nobody has any idea. That's the honest answer. But Is there going to be a MOAS? Maybe. Is it going to be a controlled squeeze? Maybe. Is it too big to control? Maybe. We don't really know. I'm going to elaborate on that, but I just wanted to say one more thing, Akash, is that when we're done talking about this topic, I have a question for you, actually. So stick
Sure.
around.
There's also no precise target. We just go up. That's what I got told
just
anyway.
up.
Like Connor
You have to consider the reality of the situation that we're in. Is that I don't think it's an exaggeration that this is such a huge problem that nobody knows how to fix it, right? The government doesn't know how to fix it. The SEC doesn't know how to fix it. The hedge funds don't know how to fix it. We're just here, buying the dip and sometimes buying the rip, full moon, we buy, the SEC has a job of ensuring investor protection, which is kind of a joke. We all agree, right? Because they haven't done a great job, recently and in the past. But the other mandate that they have is to ensure market stability, or as much as possible, right? So you have to consider that because of that, they have to proceed carefully as well. They can't just say, Citadel, whoever, short hedge funds, you're all going to jail. Cover your shorts and create this fire sale condition. And you can see that reflected in the DTC regulations that Charlie uncovered, right? Very specific language talking about controlling this so that there aren't fire sale conditions. Because if this had happened in January, the stock could have run to thousands, if not tens of thousands of dollars per share. That's how crazy it was, And since then, we're pretty sure that the problem has gotten worse. So we don't know how it's going to unravel. I think, in a way, it doesn't matter because we're on the ground floor. We've been studying this for months, and we can tell like this company is in the middle of transforming, and it's already done a great job of transforming from what it used to be. All of the reasons that we've already talked about tonight, right? Don't need to repeat them. So buying and holding, value investing, deep fucking value investing, right? That's always been the game plan from day one. And we don't really have to do too much more. All the complaining that we're doing, it's fun. Some of us are impatient, but we don't really need to be so focused on the MOAT. The best thing that we can do for the company is just to buy from them, shop from them, but also be good brand ambassadors and get people off of that Amazon addiction. GameStop's selling new stuff all the time. Like King said, vinyl records now.
I think
sold that.
With regards to the fact that your friends are investing through you, one of the things that I would always suggest is, yes, a lot of this talk about the MOAS is very enticing. We've also mentioned there's no time frame. There's no time frame. There never has been. January would have been nice, but they shut off the buy button. You literally had the interactive brokers guy crying on national televisions because it was going into the thousands. He said it was going into thousands, but the point that I was getting to is only invest money that you can. Okay, only invest money that you can sit on for months, if not a year, while this transformation goes on. Whether or not,
more.
Like I say, whether to make sure there's money that you can just sit on. Okay, don't literally invest every penny to the point where you're literally broke. Okay, just make sure you're sensible with what you invest in it, because no one knows the time frame. No one knows. Okay, we're just in it. The DD is strong, very, very strong in our favor. But the time frame for us to figure out, what goes on, no one knows. Okay, no one knows.
God, Tograd, that is such an amazing point, and I think a lot of FUD is coming from people that are over leveraged, and they jumped in here with both feet, thinking they were going to make like a Powerball strike or something, and that's not the case. So be patient and realize this is an investment, and your money's in a good place, but don't
Yep.
go sleeping in your car or anything like that. I've heard of people, I've seen posts all over Reddit. I mean, if you want to go the Wall Street bets YOLO route, or even as my weed doctor told me, he's been YOLOing and doing call options for longer than, you know, a homeless guy. Just make sure you're not over leveraged. Don't FUD yourself like that. It's that's not good, but realize eventually this investment will pay off.
Akash, I had a question for you.
Thank you so much. Sure.
The new chair of enforcement at the SEC, he just started a week and a half ago, something like that, right? And he's a Indian Sikh. Is there any insight that you have on the Sikh religion? Because I hear that they're very principled, moral people, and we're all hoping that he's actually going to be the guy that, you know, him and Gary Gensler, they're going to be the guys that actually do the job of investor protection for once in the history of the SEC. Any insight on that?
To be honest, let's get started with the SEC Informant Officer. I do not have any knowledge. I did not do research on. I did research on him, but before him appointing as a chair, SEC Enforcement Chair, I have no idea. And I could talk a little bit about their belief system, right? And Sikh.
Yeah.
So, I mean, in India, as everybody knows, there are many religions and many traditions, right? So there are Muslims, few Christians, and many Hindus, and even in Hindus, different. So even in Hindus, there are different religions again. So Sikh, I believe, is one part of the Hinduism, and Sikhs are known for their, I would say, they are meant not they won't cheat anyone. They are meant for that in India. uh I'm from
They were
South India.
the
Yeah,
warrior caste, right?
yeah. I mean, even before this, I've heard a lot of positive feedback, and they have a very good culture. They don't demand anything, they just go for justice. They do what is right. Again, to be honest,
Let's go.
I'm from South India. uh I don't have any friends of Sikhs, but I just heard about them, yeah, when I was a kid. Again, I'm hearing about a Sikh after investing in GameStop. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Are Sikhs from North
But
India?
it's a good sign that he's on the board in some respects, because like I said earlier in the space, in fact the space that got called out earlier, but it doesn't take a rocket scientist to see this manipulation and this unfair advantage that Citadel has, considering that they're the ones short while also controlling 50% of the market flow. You know, they route all our orders, all our buy orders through the dark pools while happily letting all the sells go through the lit markets. That is, I just don't understand how you cannot say that that's not a fair market. And having
it's not a fair
someone,
market. Yeah.
having someone like I'm not going to try and butcher his name, but I think his first name is Gabe. I think it's Gabe.
Pluckin?
No, Guru. Is it Guru here? I don't know. The
Gerbir
enforcement of,
Grewal.
yeah,
Yes.
that's it. Yes. Having someone like him with these sort of morals behind him, surely that's some sort of good sign, because like I said, it doesn't take a rocket scientist to know that we're in an unfair advantage here, undeniably.
Yeah. I mean, I'm trying to stay optimistic, or what is it? Cautiously optimistic. There's a lot of people that hate the SEC, don't trust the SEC, you know, Gary Gensler, some people don't trust him, and you know,
It's
they
not.
may be right, but
I don't think it's a case of that they don't trust them. It's the fact that they've been around for so long, but they've done fuck all. And the stuff that they've done is, like I said earlier, that guy that defrauded whoever of $1 million, they fined them $200. How's that a fucking fine? You need to fine these hedge funds. You need to fine them either hundreds of millions, or you need to fine them billions. You need to hit them where it fucking hurts, because I guarantee you they will start questioning their activities if you start going, well, hang on a minute, you do that, I'm going to fine you $2 billion. Okay. if you're fining them 2 billion, they might question it compared to 20,000. You know, there's a big fucking difference.
Exactly.
Yeah, and
So the
if I
fine
may,
should be to prevent the behavior from continuing in the future. It shouldn't be, the cost of business. But sorry, Elliot
Yeah.
Waves guy, I think we're going to chime in.
yeah, I was just gonna say, I think like at least like the proper way to go in terms of enforcement, like wouldn't it just make sense if, the fine for committing a financial crime is you forfeit all your profits? Like if we had some sort of enforcement like that, I feel like that would drastically change like the actions that we see in the markets.
It'll never go to all your profits, but I understand what you're saying.
Yeah, no, for sure.
I think there's a couple of approaches that make sense. If you're caught committing some sort of or breaking some sort of rule, you should be forced to reverse a portion of your position. You know, a monetary fine is not really going to do anything if you make drastically more profit.
No,
so
because
what if they look at your position and flip that? If you're long, you're short now, or if you're short, you're long now.
The SEC,
You know?
the SEC pay more to whistleblowers than they do to fine the fucking people that are making the problems. You know what I mean? They've given whistleblowers $3 million before, like, or even I've seen one for $8 million before for a single whistleblower, but they will fine a hedge fund $20,000 US. What's the fucking logic in that?
Yeah, this year has been insane. It's something like in the entire history of the SEC whistleblower program, which is like 12 or 13 years old at this point. Half of all of the money ever given out, I mean, you're gonna have to double check me, but it's close. Half of the money ever given out in the entire history of the SEC whistleblower program has been awarded this fiscal year. That is insane. That is an insanely high amount. And so far, we haven't really seen anything huge come out of that. We've seen smaller firms get busted. Maybe they're, puzzle pieces that tie into this entire mess and everything. We don't know. But so far, no big actions have happened so far. And unfortunately, the way that you have to interpret that right now is that maybe this is just hush money. Thank you, whistleblower, for blowing the whistle.
I think it's always been hush money.
It might be. We don't know. But again,
I'm
just
gonna go to
optimistic.
AKB. I'm gonna go to AKB. We're gonna start wrapping this up, guys. I have 2 more people, and those are gonna be the last 2 people I bring up to request. But AKB, you are up.
Thank you,
Akash,
everyone.
for all of the great. One sec, real quick. Akash, I agree. I appreciate all the great conversation we've definitely had, and thank you for bringing up here.
Hey, before me ending the conversation, I just got in mind about our Gurbir, who's a SEC
Yes.
informant state. I just wanted to share one more thing, not about him personally, but about the religion. So, India is a poor country and it's a developing country. So, 35% is still in poverty. And I just want to mention that so many people, like are homeless and they ask for money on roads in rural areas and stuff like that. But I want to, you can Google this if you think I'm wrong. But if this is shocking news, like the you cannot find anyone from Sikh Sikh religion begging on roads. I mean, asking for money on roads. That is not possible at all. That is impossible because they have such a community to help each other, and even if they see a person who's asking for alms or help like that, they take home and give them work. But they won't. You cannot. That's almost impossible. You can Google it, and that's the only thing even we Indians are amazed of. So I just want to add that. Yeah.
Cool. Thank you for sharing.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for sharing.
Hi, everyone. Thank you. Happy Friday. I just quickly wanted to add, having worked in financial services and currently working in financial services over the last decade, just looking at GameStop purely from my long-term investment trading perspective, I think if I didn't even know anything about the company, just the sheer volume of, I think, people holding the stock and from a demand perspective, you could almost also think about it as a storage of value and like similar to gold or Bitcoin or whatever it may be. And I genuinely feel it's a matter of when, irrespective of even if MOAS did not occur, just the sheer volume again of people holding on a global scale. I've seen Germany being highlighted and other nations. And also just from a long-term perspective, from demand and hold perspective, just thinking about it as a storage of value. I mean, it's unprecedented. The value, there's actually no limit, irrespective, in my opinion, of when MOAS would occur or the manipulation going on. It's just a matter of, I think, when it will surface. And again, this is me speaking, like from a perspective and the lens of not even really looking into the fundamentals of the company. So that's just one approach that I would kind of think about, sort of think about. And I'm sure many of you have been thinking about it, but again, storage of value.
I think with what you were saying about the storage of value, I think I tweeted about it probably about a few weeks ago. The market is supposed to work upon a whole supply and demand, right? Okay, so there's a very limited supply of GameStop, but the demand is fucking astronomical. Like, everybody wants GameStop. Everybody wants GameStop, but there's no GameStop. Okay, the supply and demand outweighs. It doesn't reflect in the price, and it will never do that. Like, I'm not going to go into it again, but the whole dark pool thing, they suppress it through that, and they suppress it through with their way other means. But yes, the whole aspect of holding the price, the demand is there. Everybody wants it, but there isn't enough of it because everybody is holding. You look at the on-balance volume since January. Okay, no one's fucking selling. Okay, no one's selling.
Exactly, and Coke, I just started following you today, and hopefully, I'll see more of your tweets. And I just really love this community. Happy Friday again.
Don't expect any deep dive in DD. All I post is memes.
It's all love. Yeah. It's all love, and it's
all his
global
deep
movement.
dives are straight into a white powder.
Yeah, but I have my opinions and I have my voice. It's nice to have these sort of things because I can't convey that through my memes sometimes. But yeah, no, I appreciate that.
Thank you, and again, just to conclude, like literally having value in companies over the last decade, and I'm still currently working in financial services. And obviously, would love to escape that world soon. And I just think, again, from a valuation perspective and supply and demand, it's there's that storage of value thought process and perspective that we can also think of in addition to everything else, fundamentals, MOAS. There's just so many moving pieces, and I do see this. It could be, and it is a phenomena in the making. No matter how I look at it.
I think at the end of the day, we should think about it as investors in GameStop, because that's what we are. After 7 months, that's what we are. We are investors in GameStop, and that's what we are now. And we should see that. We should see the MOAS as the icing on the cake. Nothing more. We shouldn't be hoping. We shouldn't be hoping for that every day. We shouldn't be thinking, fucking hell, it's not the MOAS today. It better be tomorrow. We should just be fucking happy in the positive upward movement of GameStop in general. We should be supporting GameStop, and we should just be, the MOAS. If it happens, great. Icing on the fucking cake. We knew it was right. We should just be happy with where GameStop is right now and where they are heading under Ryan Cohen's leadership. And like you say, the supply and demand is there, and it will do its thing. Okay, like I said with Tesla earlier, there's only so long that you can hold on betting against the company, while GameStop keeps knocking you out with these upward beat earnings. Fucking hell, they turned a profit. There's only so long that you can hold on betting against them before you break them down. They then turn bullish with you, and that's where the MOAS becomes the icing on the cake.
Right, and then Coke. Just last thing, I don't want to take up any more of your guys' time, but just also working with small mid cap companies. I have in my career, like time after time, and all of you guys have seen a lot of these companies that are laser focused on a segment, whether it be e-coms or something. It is very well possible to take over Amazon. Like I'm going to give a brief example. Like I was working with this one company who was in the brink of bankruptcy, and we were on the deal on it. And literally it went from $2 to like almost 100 plus in the diabetes pump space, and it took over. It actually made Johnson and Johnson exit out of the business. Now just think about that for a
Yeah,
second.
I don't even think at this time we have to even think about taking over Amazon. I just think that we need that critical piece of the market share. Do you know what I mean? At the minute, Amazon
Yep.
has it all to themselves. They have it all to themselves. But you start looking at the fact that GameStop could take fucking out even 25% of the market share of the e-commerce world that GameStop and Amazon, you know,
Consumer electronics, yeah.
your consumer electronics on supply, mate. The fucking delivery time is, we don't have that in the UK. It boggles my mind that GameStop, you can order a game with GameStop. You could like fucking hell, you could order whatever with GameStop, and it's there within 2 hours through whatever delivery service. That is absolutely fucking mind-boggling for me because we don't have that in the UK. Not even Amazon UK offers that. So to have that with GameStop in the US alone, fucking hell, imagine if you branch that out. That's a big enough bullish movement for me. That's big. That is a big thing.
Right, and that's where the GameStop moat comes in, right? It's a differentiated moat and the customer loyalty. Just to get the brand recognition and the free marketing that GameStop got from this saga, that in its own is billions of dollars, probably, or like hundreds of millions being spent over time. And they're getting it for free. And it's
Not to
just
mention
genius.
For free.
Not to mention 4,500 brick and mortar retail locations, all of which are profitable.
And like you said, there's no other reason. There's no other reason for Ryan to be buying these fucking huge distribution centers if he wasn't interested in trying to take some sort of this market.
This was a space ripe for disruption. Ryan saw that.
He knows what he's doing. He knows what he's doing.
Yep, you can see it in his
money. He invested money in it. You know, he's put his money where his mouth is, and he's aligned with all of it.
Like I said earlier, he's not a billionaire for no reason, is he?
Absolutely not. He worked hard for it.
If I could throw in something on that point too for just Amazon, there's literally never been a riper time ever to go after Amazon's cake because the entire world hates them. Like if you guys were watching when Jeff Bezos went on his little rocket ride and came back and he was like, "Thank you so much to my minimum wage workers for paying for this." And everyone in the world just despises him, even though he's not even part of the company anymore. They despise everything about Amazon and what it stands for. They're starving for an alternative. And oh, by the way, like, remember when all these like small regular people went after this thing and they got a big win for the first time ever? That's going to be a story that people want to be a part of and support. They're going to go on Ryan Cohen's Twitter and see that he's just the coolest memer ever. And they want to like help him out instead. Like he's the anti Jeff Bezos. So people are going to see that once the world realizes the GameStop is selling all these products, like all these things that people want to buy, they're not going to look back. They're going to completely move over, and it's going to be permanent for them. They're going to be there for life.
And I think that's what I mean when I said earlier is about the fact that not only do you have to just invest with money that you're happy to sit on, but it might take time. But you know, if we can see the flaws in the system of Amazon, then I guarantee you Ryan Cohen can. I guarantee it. So I'm happy to sit and wait. Like I said, the MOAS is the icing on the cake.
The MOAS.
Look at all the people he hired. He hired a bunch of ex-Amazon.
Hey guys, Ben, did you get your question or comments out that you wanted to?
Oh, I mean, I've been having so much fun just listening to this. I've been at work this whole time until like 12 minutes ago, so I've just been hiding in the corner listening to all you guys talk. And first of all, just gotta say, really hammered at home, just hearing everyone discuss these things. It's really, really showed that this community is just so intelligent, eloquent, great at just working together, even on this little chit chat. You know, we're figuring stuff out and we're getting new ideas out there. Listening to Brent talk earlier was super cool. But one big point I just wanted to throw out there before we close things off was, I mean, so many people are just thanking the top speakers on here, how they're bringing knowledge to the table, which is absolutely true. But as cliche as it is, the most important thing ever moving forward is going to be just to be a lurker and just push the right information out and share the right information, because we all know that the lurkers on Reddit are super important. They're upvoting the right info. They're commenting, they're being part of the discussion, but the general public is not on Reddit diving through DD flares. They're going on Twitter, they're looking at what's trending, what things are going viral. And so that's really where the power is here, is every single person is so important. Just retweeting and liking the good content is going to be so critical. Once you know what happens, there's going to be insane amounts of noise. We're going to need to be super focused on just getting the right stuff out there, and that's what every single person is going to be helping to do. So, really looking forward to that.
I think even if you think you've got no voice, you do. You really fucking do. And I joined Twitter. I always hated Twitter. I always thought it was a very fucking nasty place to be. But I joined Twitter again because of this whole financial thing. The FinTwit community is crazy good, I think. Even if you think you've got no voice, you do.
The energy of Reddit,
you need to
mindset of
share
Reddit,
these
like
things.
working together and like digging for answers, has been spilling over onto Twitter. I've noticed, like that. Twitter used to be just a total garbage fest. I've been watching it. I've been on Twitter for like a while, just kind of watching, but not really participating. But it's been absolutely horrible for years. And with this huge influx of people coming over from Reddit to kind of make this, the secondary place to spread the word, I've seen so many more comments and replies out there, people really being skeptical and asking for sources. Like, just on some things I posted today, people are like, "Oh, where's the source for that?" Like, you'd never see that on Twitter a year ago. Like, and that's awesome. So this whole mindset of, trying to make things better, more information based over hype, is really spreading across multiple platforms. It's super, super awesome. It's exciting.
Yeah, I mean, like I said,
But if I might add, Ben, hype is very good.
Oh, hype is great. We love hype here. We love hype.
Yeah. Why do we have Cockroach Kramer from the hype?
This combo. Hi guys. How are you?
Yeah, I was gonna say, Nini, she's been waiting. She does have some stuff that, speaking of getting more information, I hype out.
Of Gerber.
It is.
Yeah.
Yes, you go for it.
So first of all, I love game. My brother is in game. I have a few game, but I'm invested in a different stock. I don't want to say anything to upset the crowd, but I do have. I believe in the movements that we are part of and the communities that we are part of. And I wanted to mention about Gerber. So when I found out that he was coming into the SEC, the first thing I did was I researched him. And I'm not a DD person. I'm more of a motivational tweeter, as well as tagging all of these big people. When I say big people, I'm not tagging other people that's following me. I tag the SEC. I tag Gerber Grual. I tag Biden. I even tag his wife. I tag Kamala. I tag Oprah sometimes. I'm tagging these people because I want to spread the message. I want to spread what I've been reading about on Reddit as well as Twitter. So when I looked up Gerber, I just want to give a little background information. I am Hindu. The Sikh community is a. I don't want to upset anyone. I'm just giving the general my viewpoint of how people look at the Sikh religion from my perspective. It's just another part of the Hindu religion, of who they believe in. And this is not about religion, but it's about our beliefs. And we're very strong. The tenacity that we have to like really help our families and our communities is strong. We believe in karma a lot, and we believe in always helping people and making a way. And we always want to be on top in a positive way. There is oddballs in every religion, every culture, everything. So I'm not saying Sikhs or Hindus are the best. I'm not saying that. I'm just telling you that how we believe in and always trying to achieve higher. So when I looked up Garbal, I read a lot about him, and one of the things is that he wants to gain back the trust of the people, of the 99%. He wants the government to gain back their trust. He wants them to there's a lot of things that, but he's a little timid, if that's the right word. He's a little bit soft, but he's gonna toughen up, especially if we keep getting at him, and for them to select him as an advocate to help with all of the rules and regulations. And we need like tough people like CV playing Gary Gensler. He was like the man, just reposting that thing about dark pools, in the
I
sense
saw
that,
that. Yeah.
yeah. So the thing it is, the thing with them is that we need people that's going to keep listening to us, and they're on these forums, they're listening to us, guys. This is my second game Twitter space I've been on, but I started with when Twitter spaces now started. I used to be on Reddit when my brother bought GameStop. He bought GameStop in December. In November and December. I bought AMC in November. I've been with these stocks before I knew about the movement, but I stayed because of the movement. And reading about Gerber really kind of like it, and Gary Gensler as well. But someone asked about Gerber, that's why I mentioned him. I'm not discrediting Mr. Gensler, but Mr. Grual, he's for the people as much as we as much as he can be. We can't put our head on a chopping block for anyone, but we need to believe. We just like we believe in these communities, we need to keep getting at them, keep at them when we do our tweets. We have two huge communities, as well, actually three, because crypto's the one of them that really wants changes. We are corrupt. All of the stocks. My brother, he works for one of the four big accounting firms in the world, and in the country, and he's been around stocks for a very long time. He said this is the most that he's ever seen is so stagnant. Yeah, you have your run ups here and there, but they're all like at a standstill, kind of like at right now. No one's really making big, huge money. The plays that we're in, that's the plays that we're in right now. This call and the other calls that we listen to, these are the plays to be in, because we are changing the whole game, the whole system. So when you guys are tweeting out, and I don't remember the two names of the guys, I had my phone down. We need to keep adding them. This goes beyond GameStop, it goes beyond AMC, it goes beyond crypto. We need to keep adding all of these people. Don't shut our voices down, because we need to hear each other. Having these spaces really helps people communicate in a more intimate setting. Not so intimate as in, you're not gonna see me undressed.
Well,
you know what I'm trying to say is, guys, we again, I'm for both communities. I'm for everything, and I know there's going to be disagreements. That's fine. We're all entitled to our opinion. I am also a New York City teacher, and I believe that knowledge is power. Knowledge is one of the most important things in the world. And when I give group work to my students, I expect them to work together, take apart the information, dissect it, do whatever it is you have to do. Yes, you're going to have constructive criticism. Yes, you're going to have egos and pride. But I've seen the strong ones that's come out of this, that we look beyond that. I don't give a shit what you wear or what you make. What I care about is that we are looking, and we are moving forward to make sure that the stocks, the tickers that we believe in, is moving somewhere. So I want to say thank you, Kenya, lady. Love Stonks. I don't really know you a lot. I've been in Kenya's space calls, but we are doing things that's never been done collectively all over the world. We're speaking to people and joining people and hanging out, like just bullshitting with people, where we're learning so much. I went to college. I have my my bachelor's and my master's. I had to pay for that shit. I feel like I earned a finance degree from January until now, and it's awesome. And I want to tell everyone who gives DD, who also just is motivational speakers. We all have a part, whether it's one stock, one share, or millions of shares. I don't know. We're all here for a reason, and I'm glad that I met everyone here. And about Gerba.
Thanks for
No,
being here.
I
Yeah.
agree with what you said
Lady.
about with the whole Gary, and they're reading our tweets. I 100% agree, because when Gary's talking about the technology of today, I just can't see how he's not looking at what we're talking about. When we're atting him in the replies of his tweets, along with Gabe as well.
Grew out.
I'm a big believer in karma myself. I'm a big
Again, I
believer
don't
in
think,
karma.
if I can add about
Sorry, Zion.
Gensler,
Sorry. I'm a big believer in karma, and I just find it hilarious how the universe has given us two enforcers of the SEC, the initials of GG. I
Me
just find
too.
that hilarious.
The
Like,
stock is
Alright.
GameStop, and their
you know,
initials are GG.
GG.
Alright,
We need to find an HF.
Hey guys, we have one more person, and we're gonna be wrapping it up because Lady's got to go at midnight. Well, midnight my time, 9 her time. So
Hey,
productive, you are up.
it's 5 in the morning
Hey.
for me.
Hey, sorry everyone. I'll try to keep it really quick. Appreciate everyone's insight tonight. I've been listening, while I was doing work at my office. But hey, Coke Rat, how you doing, man? But yeah, one thing that I wanted to talk about, or just kind of hammer in. Several people said that there's almost two groups of investors in GameStop right now. There's the people who understand this long-term transformation that's going on, and there's people who are in it for the fast money and the MOAS. And it definitely feels like we're getting false information spread by people who want that fast money. And I just think it hurts our movement to spread false information like that. Because if it's like, oh, the MOAS is going to happen on Tuesday at 4:00 or whatever, and then it doesn't happen, the people who are in it for the fast money paper hand out. And I know that we like to blame dark pools for everything that's going on on down days, but there are people who are trying to flip this stock, and there are people who clearly sold GameStop to buy Robinhood last week. So I would just tell people, like, if you have that attitude that you're going to make DFV style returns, you're not. That happened already. And if you're that impatient, like, just go buy a different stock. This is going to be a long battle. Go look at that Tesla chart, to Coke Rat's point. It took a very long time, and there are different milestones that we have to hit. Obviously, being added to the S&P 400 mid cap is a big deal. The Russell 1000 was a big deal. If this company turns a profit, just buckle up, because that's when there's going to be fundamental reasons that drive the short squeeze further. It's not just going to happen for no reason.
Doing business is one of the biggest things that you can do right now with GameStop. Okay, let's say you can't afford $150 for one share, okay, but you do have $120 to spare. Spend it with GameStop, okay? Just literally just anything. I don't know. I don't care. You might need a new mouse mat, a new mouse, $60 here, $70 there. You start, doing that in the thousands of people, that starts to help GameStop. We need to help GameStop. They're helping themselves anyway.
Yep.
But doing business with GameStop, full stop, is an undeniable. Like I said earlier, they can't short the business that you do with them. Okay, the more business you do with them, the better they do. The better they do, the better the world sees them as. And then that's when they go, oh, wait a minute. Why the fuck is GameStop so undervalued, considering that they're fucking smashing it? And that's where the cards start to fall.
Yeah, because if you honestly look at the market cap, and you look at it relative to other meme stocks or whatever,
let's say Hood.
It's not that crazy. The valuation of GameStop right now is not that nuts. Sure, at 350, maybe it's a little long in the tooth in the short run, but at 150 or at 140, whatever, the lows of this week, it's really not that crazy, especially on a price to sales basis. So, like, I would just stress to people, like, be patient. Fundamental short squeezes like this take time. They take catalysts. And I know that every time we get good news, the stock goes down. But we've gone into that ad nauseum tonight. Eventually, the good news is going to be too good to manipulate the stock. That's really just the point I want to make.
It's going to be too good to carry on the short positions. They're going to literally have to be. There's no way that they could carry it on. If GameStop continued to turn profit on profit, there's no way that they could justify keeping those short positions open. And that's where you get that Tesla style of squeeze.
Same thing with if they were to reinstate their dividend, the shorts would come, they would run for the hills. Because if you're short the stock and it issues a dividend, guess who has to pay that dividend? The short.
Yep.
And they're
When do you
already
think
getting.
they'll issue the dividend? You have any projections of any
It's all
kind?
based on profits.
Yeah.
I think that the company right
Let's
now is
say,
clearly
okay,
focused on being profitable.
let's talk about prospects. Let's say on Q3 they'll have a good earnings call.
Yeah, like,
Better,
I
I'm
honestly
not
don't
saying
know.
blowing. We have to be realistic. There is still to that the markets. So
Like
let's say
you
it's
can,
been a little better than the Q2. What do you
yeah,
think? It will drive GameStop to think about
no,
dividend?
I think that they're gonna have to be consistently profitable for a little bit. Like that's what I'm getting at. Is it's gonna
That's what
take
I
long.
mean.
This is gonna
How
take
many
a few
quarters
quarters. This could
do you
take
forecast?
half a year. This could take a little bit. You
Oh,
know what I'm saying?
well,
Like
two quarters is not a lot.
yeah, that's what I'm saying though. Like to some of
Yeah,
these folks,
nothing.
man, to some of the people who are in this for fast money, 6 months sounds like an eternity.
Oh,
To
yeah,
me,
I get you. No, I'm
to
from the
me,
long
it's
haul.
yeah.
I
To
Bro,
was
me, it's
there from
I've
the
been in it for
beginning.
7 months, and I feel like I've been in it for 4 years.
no, I know what
Me
you
too.
mean, and it's definitely I get it. Like owning GameStop is a little more stressful than the average stock because it's so volatile. The other thing
Yeah,
going on
but
right
if you
now,
think about the company future, it's not volatile at all. It's just a little volatility before the company makes it and grow big enough to become
yeah,
more
and it's
accountable
also
in the
one of the best.
markets.
Like don't forget, it's one of the best performing assets of 2021. That's
Yeah,
still true. Like that
yeah,
hasn't
It's
changed.
it's
And
not stressful at all for me. I sleep like a baby at
that's what I'm
night.
saying. If you're
yeah. I
diamond
don't
hands,
worry at
if you're
all.
diamond hands, you're
You
not
you guys
restless.
sleep?
All
Well,
right, guys.
but yeah, I just wanted to stress patience and yeah, I thank everyone for taking part in this. Thank you guys for letting me speak.
Yeah, definitely productive. Thanks for coming
Appreciate
in.
it.
So yeah, we're gonna wrap this up. We got 4 minutes before she cuts us off. Um, gosh, all the guys that were up here, all the panel that was up here tonight, I appreciate you guys doing this. This is not over. Clearly, we have a lot of ground to cover. Because God, we did 4 hours tonight, and I feel like we are just scratching the surface.
Yep.
So,
Yeah, I wouldn't
yep.
even say we scratched the surface.
We skimmed it. We lightly grazed
Hey, we
the
sniffed
surface
it. We
today.
sniffed it.
We sniffed it. All right. But yeah, the big takeaway is, GME, it is the OG. We need to get the voices out on Twitter for it. And I know I've had some people on my tweet that I had the other day saying GME doesn't need Twitter. Well, we need to bring it back out. We need to make some noise, right? Like that's the biggest thing that we need is some noise for GameStop because it is just being quiet. Not everyone gets on Reddit. Not everyone goes on YouTube. Everyone seems to be on Twitter, which is kind of weird. So I'm trying to get more education out there for the regular retail investors, people that don't actually know about GameStop. Like they heard about GameStop on mainstream, they've heard it maybe in Wall Street Journal, whatever, but it's not the amount of DD that's out for GameStop. We're gonna have to start rapid firing it, right? Like we only have so much time to get as many people in as possible for that life-changing money. It could be like, like a few people have said, yeah, it could be 6 months, it could be a year, but it could also be a week, it could be 3 weeks. And then, if you pile on the fact that we have stock market crap going on, real estate stuff going on, like we have a lot of things kind of impending on a lot of situations, and all the markets are connected. So if one goes bust, all the other ones are probably going to follow along with like dominoes, right? So this is what the Bull House is about. This is what me and Lady are going to be trying to do is engaging with the Twitter communities, with our Discord communities, bringing everyone together with the YouTube and everything. So yeah, we've figured out the workaround. We can actually broadcast these Twitter spaces. So 2 days a week we're going to be live on Twitter space. 2 days a week we're going to be on our Discord. So, but either which way, they're going to be up on YouTube. So you can go sit back, relax, and watch it later down the road if you missed something or if you got in late. So, but I appreciate it. And I hope the panel comes back again or we can get
No,
some more big brains. And
I appreciate you having this tonight. It's been good. Like I said earlier, it's probably been either the longest or probably one of the best, if not the best.
Just because you're here, go correct.
Well, I didn't want to say it. One of the best, if not the longest, GME spaces in a while.
We covered a lot of
We've
data
had some
for
very
sure.
very very good points laid out tonight, and I think we've had a lot of questions answered. that
100%.
that a lot of the people had tonight, and I would be happy to do it more often. We just might have to look at the timings. I mean, currently it's 5 a.m. for me in the UK, but obviously I don't sleep, so I guess
7
it
in the
don't make
morning
a
for
difference.
me.
But
Yeah, we will
I
figure that out.
I
We'll
really
figure that out for sure.
appreciate you having me tonight. So yeah,
Of
it's been
course.
it's been a pleasure.
Of course. I
It's been
appreciate you guys
pleasure
coming
for
in
me,
and
brother.
but yeah, I just want to thank everyone that, all my AMC apes. If you guys came in and listened and you're not in GME, I appreciate you coming in and listening. GME apes, I know you've heard some AMC stuff. I'm sorry, but well, I'm in both.
Don't
deal
apologize.
with it.
We're used to it. Yeah.
But no, there are going to be days when we do talk about all the meme stocks, right? There are going to be some podcasts that are, but all of them, right? So just deal with it. There's a reason for it.